Greetings, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coin, and hopefully we're all doing well on this fine, wonderful day. Hopefully everybody enjoys their stay. Since I am late, so very late, and I'm so sorry about that. I'll chat with everyone first, and then we will do the placards. I do apologize for today once again. Just a bunch of stuff factored together to make my stream late today. Welcome on in, Luke Dennis, user 11, Alan 1, just Alan, and Mr. Jason. Good to see each and every one of you today. Hopefully you all are doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I believe YouTube came in first, so I'll read that first. Luke Dennis says you can't wait and you're so excited. I will do my best to entertain on that. Luke Dennis says you beat a second Gliok yesterday. Nice. Excellent. Yeah, Thunder Gleoks are like a cut above the other ones. You know, before the King Gleok, that is. So, Yeah, Thundergleox are hard. Aelin got first. Nice, nice. Congrats on that. Aelin asks, so how's your day been going? Is that directed at anyone in particular, or is that just a general question? In case it's a general question, my day's been going fine. If it's directed at someone else, my apologies. Got a nice frappe with a shot of espresso in it, so I'm gonna be zippy today. Alan says it's fine. Did you beat the Lightning Temple yesterday? We did. There's one treasure chest that I'm quite sure are missing, so I'm gonna comb back through the Lightning Temple real quick to kind of find it, but hopefully it shouldn't be too terribly long of a trip. I'm sure the chest I missed was actually before the teleport and not after. And welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to do the placards. Speaking of placards, if you guys want your names on these placards while we're playing the camera mini game, all you have to do is chuck some coins at me. Patreon or coffee are the cheapest, easiest ways to do that, of course. Or a $2 donation on coffee or other platforms, or you know, a Prime Gaming subscription or higher on Twitch will get your names on these placards. I read them at the start of every single stream. It's the smallest thing I have to give back to everyone. That said, while I do not have any one-off subscribers, Patreon patrons, or one-off donations, I would like to thank everyone who has used those means in the past. You guys have helped me out this year more than you know. There are many times where I would have had my accounts closed, and your money has helped with that. So thanks. And as far as I know, I haven't had the opportunity to check yet, but I would like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby for his Valkyrie tier membership over on the coffee platform. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that Valkyrie tier membership, including Discord privileges, extra votes, and so on. I hope those will be of some use to you. And with that said, we're going to go into the recap. The coffee did turn into coffee eventually, it seems. Too true. Too true. But no, someone else paid for this coffee. That did not come out of Patreon money or coffee money. Promise. That came from my own like supply I keep separate. Lucas Dennis says, let's try to get to 50 jokes and puns. I think between the four of you, I'm pretty sure that will be happening today. I try to keep at least a little bit of a nest egg, just in case. Fun money, right? We all like having fun money. Anyway, let's get to the recap so that we can do the thing we actually want, because the Lightning Temple is not providing its wonderful, sweet music. I wish it was. So last time, we actually went into the Lightning Temple proper, and we beat it. We beat it in one sitting, which is really, really good. The water temple, fire temple, and air temple, or wind temple, excuse me, have all pretty much required 2 streams to get done just because of the way things panned out. The lightning temple was nice. We managed to get most of the treasure chests. I think there's one that's still missing, but I'm hoping to like rectify that more or less today. We defeated the Queen Gibdo at the top, or the Gibdo Queen, excuse me. I forget those words are flipped. And then we ended off the stream by by getting the vow of Riju, the Sage of Lightning. And then we also went on top of the Lightning Temple, which I will be more than happy to do again, just so the people who weren't here yesterday can see that view for themselves, because I think the view is gorgeous. I think it's worth showing off again, at least in my personal opinion. Let me catch right back up on chat, and we'll go from there. Once we are done with the Lightning Temple, like getting the chests, like getting the single chest, we should be good to just start collecting Koroks. Our target goal today is going to be this region right here. This is the South Lomé Sky Castle. That is our goal today. And we're going to be collecting the remaining 64 Koroks. 2 of them are in sky, and the rest are on the ground. I hope. We're going to find out in the next couple of days whether or not there are there are going to be some choice Koroks I have to go back and like redo. So we're just gonna get this out of the way. I see something over there, but I don't know what it is. Let me swap over. Let's see. Aelin says, honestly, coffee's too bitter. Hot chocolate is better. I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, hot chocolate is good. I don't know. I'm still trying to reconcile with the whole, like, kidney scare thing. I'm still, like, trying to sort of waffle my way through it and figure out what I am and am not willing to risk in terms of my health. But today I decided to be bad and get a cup of a frappe from McDonald's. Sir Rasby says, you do have your own blackjack and hookers budget. Fun money, right? All of it is fun money. Oh, I have missed a couple. I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, PSA, supporting Coin on Coffee helps to keep him grounded. Too true. We love recycle jokes around here. Saves people time and money. Mr. Jason says the 4 of us is a bonus. Mr. Coin, if you were allowed off the leash, you'd get there yourself. I don't doubt that, Mr. Jason. Really just, follow the pacing everyone else has set in terms of jokes, and I think you'll be fine. If we get to 50, great. If not, no worries. Aelin's, I'm making sure I'm, like, not reading things, like, specified at other people. Nope. Aelin says labyrinth. It is a castle, but it is also a labyrinth. You're absolutely correct. Mr. Raspy says, but yeah, been a little while. You had another training arc. Ooh, do tell, do tell. Yep, and then I replied to the Mr. Jason messages. Aelin says, I don't think he's gotten to those. Yep, I've just now gotten to them. I think I got everything. Luke Dennis says you blew through the Wind Temple. There's no escape from the jokes. We have a lot of spinsters here. Whoa, what the heck was that? Get out of here, Captain. Absolutely not. You know what? It's actually really nice to have all these helpers. Ow. All these, like, avatars can really help, really help with, like, keeping an enemy preoccupied for, like, a hot second. I am completely out of food. Luke Dennis's Lightning Temple was shockingly hard. Okay. I'm going to ask that we maybe slow down a little bit on the jokes right from the get, unless everyone is okay with that. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I actually probably need a Korok frond. I forget all the sand piles reset. Luke Dennis says never. Well, I can't really stop you. Although if it starts becoming spammy, I will like not count them as much, etc., etc. Mr. Rasby says now there's two Dennises. I wasn't going to allude or point that out whatsoever. I didn't know how you felt about that. Plus, I believe the spelling is different, which is totally fine. I tend not to allude to that sort of thing if I notice it. It's just, it's an anti-doxing measure is what it is. Alan says, coin incidents? I think not. Bonafide spinster right there. And if that wasn't a joke, well, it was a double entendre, and it served as one. Where's my Korok frond? Here it is. This might be a little bit of a waste of a mighty sword, but... Oh, right, I forgot. Enemies can be trapped in this stuff. Helen says, well, that's my one for the week. Mr. Jason says, two Dennises. Which one is the menace? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Neither of them, hopefully. I think, is that a film reference, Mr. Jason? Or like a media reference? Man, is it... Both. Fair, Luke Dennis. Very, very fair. Mr. Raspy says, me and Luke should fight in a gladiator arena. There could only be one. Oh, I'm sure... I'm sure there can be more of you. Besides, you don't even go by that name, Mr. Rasby. Aren't you the button man? Mr. Jason says Dennis the Menace is a cartoon character. Yes, that was the thing. I just didn't know the reference. There we go. Alan says, I want to see that. You should sell it on DVD by one of those WWE pay-per-views. I'm not sure that is a particularly good idea. Sport wrestling is kind of something meant for, well... Oh, there you go. I don't necessarily recommend cross-platform discussions. This is a pretty good showcase of I do multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube. So if you guys want to engage in such cross-platform conversations, you can totally do that, and it's fine. Mr. Jason says, pay-per-view? Isn't that an origami channel? Oh my god. Cheesy joke, but good joke. Pay-per-view? Pay-per-view? Har har. If you guys like dad jokes, popsicle stick jokes, and maybe a splash of dark humor here or there, I think you'll enjoy the... I think you'll enjoy the channel, truly. There's always a Patty on Twitch if you guys don't care for such things. You want more crass adult humor or like non-dad jokes, you're more than welcome over there. Okay, so this is like, there's nothing going on up there. Mr. Jason says not all dad jokes are genuine, Mr. Coin. That's true. That's true. But you need to find which ones are apparent. Oh my god. Let's pace ourselves, please. We've already managed to jump 6 jokes. The stream is going to be nothing but laugh tracks if we don't pace ourselves. Mr. Rasby says a Krabby Patty on Twitch. She is kind of a crabby person, I'd say. Granted, there's nothing wrong with that. He's like he's someone who's going through life at his own pace. He's married, as far as I can tell. Shoot. He's married, and I don't usually talk about other streamers this way, but I'm wanting to provide a good contrast between myself and someone else. He's a fine enough streamer. He's more accomplished than I'll ever be. That's for darn sure. So don't let what I'm saying be disparagement. He's just a very different person. But he has more access to things than I ever could. I'm kind of limited by my own inventory. Okay, clearly I'm like waffling through the temple instead of doing what I'm supposed to do. So let me go back and look at my reference guide that I've still not removed yet. I actually think I got that charge. Because if I look at this, I wish I could zoom in on it, but that's whatever. Yeah, if I look at this, it would actually be here. It would have been in this pit. It would have been over here somewhere. Okay, we actually did get the one I thought we had missed. Okay. If I look here, I know we got the topaz. Actually, you know what? I think we did get them all, my lovely senators. I'll have to comb back through the footage, but I actually think we got them all. Because now that I'm thinking through it, the tricky one was like this one here. This room here, you had to get it by going into a passageway and ascending, and that was a diamond, right? The other trick was actually up here at the top, and that treasure chest was 3 mirrors. I actually think we've got them all. If it turns out I, in fact, do not have them all, that'll be a whole different cup of tea, but in that case, why don't we start by going to the Skyview Tower and going from there. I especially dislike the fact that the Lightning Temple isn't playing its music. I get that the Queen Gibdo incident is over, but there should have been music in here. I don't know what's going on. I don't have a setting turned off or anything. Alan says, a bitch getting rammed by me sang like the 12 Days of Christmas. I mean, I'm sure there are lyrics out there that are saucy. Oh, or, you know the cadence. Maybe this is your opportunity to become a singer-songwriter, Alan? Given that you've told us that you do sing and are, you are preparing for a music festival, right? That hasn't changed. Mr. Resby says, feels bad, man. Kind of. I think that might have been in response to the speech I was giving about Mr. Patty. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Koi, we need to get you a few Jan before we add more jokes. I'm working on the emote. I think I've got a general idea of how I want to do it. These things take time. Also, I'm trying to determine whether I want to like continue photoshopping or I want to like find something to draw for that. I don't know what the essence of a Jan is yet. I know what it means, but I don't know what it wants to convey when it's a picture. Like that's the part I'm like struggling with. It's the creative aspect of it. What I'm wanting to do is destroy this and put on a horn. There we go. Perfect. Mr. Resby says, as the great philosopher Ice Cube once said... Oh, I missed one. Sorry. You will find someone else. That still had to be in response to the Patty conversation. Like, well, you know, people tune out, right? People can tune out whatever they want. I don't know if you guys knew this, but the McDonald's frappes, you can customize them. I got a shot of espresso put in this. I think I said that at the beginning, but I can't tell you how much I like espresso. I'm a huge coffee aficionado. It gets me in trouble. So today is the bad day. Tomorrow will be the good day, because places are going to be closed for Christmas Eve anyway. Mr. Rasby says, as the great philosopher Ice Cube once said, if the day does not require an AK, it is a good day. Too true. Less guns, please. Aelin says, nope, you think it's in March? Very well. I didn't know. I thought it might have been more of an end of year or like January thing. I was just curious. Mr. Rasby says, a Jan shrugging. Not sure I can do that. Yeah, let me check YouTube, make sure nothing has changed. Luke Dennis says both. Bring it on. Oh, that was in response to the whole pay-per-view thing. I don't think that would go over real well. Maybe if there were padded wrestling, that might be okay. Regular wrestling, people can get hurt. Mr. Jason says, no, Mr. Coin, to space out the jokes, we need you to tell some of your Sure Jan quality jokes first. But, yeah, the emote would be cool. Mr. Jason says, hashtag not sponsored by McDonald's. Too true. Not sponsored by greedy corporate American companies. Quote, unquote. Alan says, hashtag I wish I was sponsored by McDonald's. With how much I like to drink the frappes, I wouldn't be surprised. But I think if I did take a McDonald's sponsorship for some crazy reason, I think people would leave. They really don't like being sold corporate American goods. I just don't think it's a good time to be shilling American companies right now. But that's just my personal feeling on the matter. Also, I'm still trying to reconcile what being an anarcho-capitalist really means as like a separate thing. Mr. Rasby says, hashtag the moment when I just saw a long hashtag referencing desire to be sponsored by McDonald's. Indeed. Everyone loves really long hashtags that you can't read right because they're too long. I swear, the hashtagging convention should just be, put capital letters. Put capital letters in your hashtags. You'll do a lot better that way. Like, treat it like a piece of code, where in code, the really common convention is to, like, capitalize or use unique features with your hashtags. The same should be true when people are hashtagging in general. That convention should really catch on. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, we would immediately leave and without hesitation. Oh, God. What have I started? What have I started? Mr. Jason says, hashtag put capital letters in your hashtag. See, exactly like that. I could read that a lot better. Alan says, no. Insert distortion meme here. Mr. Rasby says, the moment when you just saw, oh, yes, the same thing again, just in capital letters. Done. Mr. Rasby says, in programming, constants are written in all caps. It's not a constant, though. I don't always want to be sponsored by McDonald's. And I'm sorry, guys, but I'm getting hella hot, so I'm going to go crank the window unit real quick. 1 second. Okay, in about 5 minutes, I should start feeling a bit better. God, it sucks sitting between two computers. It really, really does. Mr. Rasby says, man's not hot. Oh, that's a game reference. Man, I mean, this man's won't be hot for too much longer, he hopes. It says hashtag, yes, you do. No, I don't. I don't always want to be sponsored with, sponsored by, like, American companies. I mean, I'll take any sponsorship right now as long as the product is honest, but, like, if I had a choice, no, I would want, you know, Moist Critical / Penguin Zero would be, like, a good example of sponsorships from people that I would want to take, because their business practices are honest. Alan says you live in the Carolinas. Yeah, so I know it's weird. The Carolinas are cold. Why am I hot? But what people perhaps don't know about my house is that I have people in here. I live with people who have really bad circulation. And so the house is just always 74 degrees or 75 degrees. It's always Fahrenheit, 74 or 75 degrees Fahrenheit all the time. It's really hot, and my computers add 2 more degrees to that. So I'm sitting in a space that runs like 77, 78 degrees Fahrenheit, which is really rough. You know, for a pasty white individual like myself anyway. I sweat like crazy if I don't have air running. Mr. Jason says, if people add large spoilers into lowercase hashtags, would you deal out capital punishment in terms of a timeout or ban? Absolutely. I don't care if they're sneaking it in through a joke or a hashtag, the result is the same. Mr. Raspy says, if a mega corporation would be upfront about being misleading to people on purpose, would you take it since they would be honest? No, because I have ethics. Because their intention is to deceive. Like, they're saying that. It poses a conundrum that cannot go unanswered. Mr. Raspy says, before you said Fahrenheit, I was wondering why the wall in the background wasn't having its paint completely destroyed. Yes, I'm in an oven that has been turned up to like 200 degrees, clearly. Mr. Raspy says, at the temperature as host. What? Okay, I can read most of this. I don't know what as host means here. In the hottest sauna you were in? As high. Okay, got it. I was just a little bit confused. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Raspy. And it says, hashtag, Sonia died 10,000 years ago. You know, that's not really a spoiler because we've seen it, right? If we hadn't seen that scene with Sonia, maybe, but I totally get the joke here. Luke Dita says you don't have it. Put capital letters in hashtags if you don't use hashtags. Fair. Oh, also, let me actually mark Koroks. I realize that I can be quite a, you know, a chatty, chancy, Chauncey, that's the word I'm looking for. A chatty Chauncey, if I allow myself to be. If you guys want to follow along as we collect all of the Korok seeds, all the remaining Korok seeds in this region, if you type in ! TOTK MAP in Twitch, or asterisk TOTK MAP on YouTube, you should get access to the hyperlink that Mr. NK Plays has graciously sourced for us. It is an object map that you can basically use. Why can't I put a pin here, video game? Fine, why can't I put a pin here? Okay, I'll just have to, like... Weird. Why am I suddenly... I've never had it do that before. Okay, I need to go back and read. User 11 says, can we please stop with the hashtags? My eyes are starting to hurt. Yeah, let's cut down the hashtags a little bit, please. They're fine as a cute joke or if you want to represent something, but please don't do them more frequently. Someone has now asked. Now, if that is not a joke, if that is a joke, if this hashtag from user 11 right here is a joke, tell me and I'll rescind that. But let's lower the frequency a bit, please. Alan says hashtag no screw your eyes. We don't need to see. Okay. I appreciate the assist on that, Alan. I really do. But yes, Alan has graced us with the link. Lucas Dennis says, I'm one of the only ones on YouTube. That you are. YouTube's quiet today. That's usually how it is. In the beginning, people are on Twitch. Toward the end, a lot more people are on YouTube. That's how it's been for like a month now, and that's perfectly fine. Mr. oh, nope, that is in reference to Mr. Jason. Right. Yeah, Mr. Jason has been funneling suggestions for small things here and there on the channel, and they've generally been fairly effective. User 11 says, oh no, it's a joke. Okay. If people want to joke in hashtags, that's fine. User 11 has made it clear it's a joke. Like I said, if it turned out to be a joke, I would rescind that, so I am. Mr. Jason says, for parody, it is very important for people to sub on both. Isn't that a bit misleading, though? I'm not gonna lie. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong in the same sentence. Okay. For now, let's go over here. Might need to make a hover bike depending on the scenario. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin, but it has been both Mr. Rasby and Mr. Jason approved. Too true. Oh, yeah, I need to go ahead and copy that somewhere. 1 second. I'm just gonna do this. Come on, Twitch, I need you to get out of my way on this one. Alan says, then I don't give an F, so fine by me. Fair. Fair. Okay, this is nice. The last 2 days were plot day, and I enjoy the plot, don't get me wrong, but but it's nice to be able to return and do bits of business. I'm almost quite sure it's above us. Okay, yeah, we'll need to like get a hover bike or something, and also. Oh, I'm about to like. Okay, we can correct this. We just need to like keep going. Come on, Tulin. Mr. Rasby says people will get the joke, and if not, he will personally refund the sub for up to 5 people who genuinely got confused by that and did something they otherwise wouldn't do. Well, the thing about that is, Mr. Rasby, if that happened, right, under Twitch and YouTube policy, that sort of thing is filed under a chargeback policy. And to, like, not get into the weeds too much on that, essentially, I would have to get into a phone call with Twitch, say, here is the user who paid for something they didn't want to pay for. You know, can you please give them their money back? Here's this person's username. They have the credit card information on file. or whatever means they used in order to make that happen. And then the money would come out of my account. That's what a chargeback is. I pay for those. Usually, and I do have this clause on my stream, you know, expenditures are final. You know, if it's like an earnest, genuine mistake, then, you know, of course I'll work with you to get your money back. I think that's important. A lot of streamers don't do that. They just say, you know, all purchases are final. And I think that's fine. I'm actually well within my rights to say that, but I don't think that's very fair. I think there's a good middle ground that could be found. So my middle ground is if it's a genuine, honest mistake, I have zero problems helping people get their money back. Money is tight. People should not be wasting money on things. You know, me included. Me included. And I know that if I were in that person's shoes, right? If I were in that customer's shoes and I, you know, let's say I left my screen alone and my child like went up and touched it and confirmed a purchase, or let's say there is, you know, let's say there's an internet glitch or my card glitched out or something else of that nature. Just something to where the result is I spent money I didn't need to spend, right? I would want a refund. I would want a refund, and I would want help getting that refund. And Twitch will at least listen to their streamers, their content creators, when it comes to chargebacks. Because if you don't process a chargeback, right, you can just take Twitch to court. You can do that. You could just do that. It's not, and it'll be a fun time for no one. They might even win the court battle, but Twitch would much rather have customers who at least know they're not like. If there is a complaint that is being answered, and money is one of the few things that gets Twitch to move. Snap of a finger, just like that. Sorry, I'm rambling about things people don't care about, but the big takeaway is I try to be more understanding about chargebacks than a lot of streamers out there. And I think a large part of that reason is, you know, they need that for income, and so to them, by the time they get that money, it's more.
Do you always have to yap?
Thank you for the redemption, Alan. I just try to be more understanding about that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you agree with Mr. Rasby? People will get the joke, but if they don't, I'm sure that you and Mr. Rasby collectively will give them an offer that they can't refuse. Too true. That's also a magic card, by the way. There's literally a blue counterspell called an offer you can't refuse, and you counter a spell on the stack and give the owner of that spell 2 treasure tokens for it. They get a mana payback for a 1 mana counterspell. Pretty neat, pretty neat. Mr. Rasby says you would give them $5 then. I hope no one has to do that. If I'm going to be real honest with you. I hope nobody has to do that. Alan says, I'll take 5 didgeridoos. You want 5 dineros? You want 5 moolah? We all want our money. Beer money? Eating money? Lots of money. A reflective dance. Oh, mirrors. Got it. Mr. Jason says if a sub is $5, you can give him $3.50. Ah, the price is too damn high. It should only be $3.50. My goodness, that's funny. That's funny. I think the reference is what's funny. And please note, I was not trying to imitate an accent with that. I wasn't trying to imitate a black person. I was going for crotchety old guy with that one, and I know I bungled the mark on that. Ah, yes. Simple mirror puzzle is simple. Luke Dennis says, when are you going to join the cube cult? Oh, the assimilation cult? I don't know. We would have to have a Borg first. And they would have to... Wait. Crystals is a burger chain. And it serves its patties in a square. Oh, no. Okay, that's less of a revelation than I think it is. Alan says, you think there's a hood version of 1,000 Miles? Probably. There probably is. I'm not gonna utter the words to that if there is one, but I'm sure you're correct. Oh, really? Okay. Oh no, they didn't want us to take that with us. This puzzle needed to be here for a different reason. Right? I didn't, like, suddenly forget something. Hold on, though. How are we supposed to... Oh, I think I see what they want us to do. They want us to do this. Except that doesn't really work. Is there a stabilizer? No. There's not. That's weird. Okay. Let me think. Oh, I see what's got to happen. We need to do this. We need to shove that over and then do it like that. Perfect. Alan says, wait, do you listen to Weird Al? Oh. I do sometimes, not super often, and I haven't listened for a few years, but yeah, I've listened to Weird Al. In particular, which one was it? It's not Mandatory Fun. No, though Mandatory Fun, I believe, is the name of the album. Yeah, it's the Lady Gaga knockoff song that I find really funny. It's where my knowledge of Excuse-moi qui a comes from. It's French for excuse me, but who cut the cheese? That's how I know it. Mr. Jason says, this shrine is perfect, Mr. Coin. It is asking you to reflect on what you learned in the Lightning Temple. True. Polka Face is another one. Yeah, that's true, Alan. Mr. Jason says you love the eBay song by Weird Al. I could see why. One of my personal favorites is Eat It, personally. User 11 says you're back. Your net went down, so sorry. No problem, User 11. No problem. I'm sorry that your net's being crappy today. Welcome on in, Andre Josto Javanik. Might be Yavanik. I'm not sure. If and you don't mind, I'll probably just call you Andre. And welcome on into the stream. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Andre asks, is there a mod for Tears of the Kingdom that puts Guardians in Tears of the Kingdom? I don't know the answer to that outright, Andre, but if such a mod were to exist, you would find it on a website called GameBanana.com. It's where a lot of Switch mods, it's where a lot of, like, Switch game mods go and reside. There are all kinds of instructions for them. There are a lot of Breath of the Wild mods that exist on Game Banana, as an example. So if you want to find that, Game Banana is the place to look. And that is a Google search away, my fine friend. If and you don't mind my asking, Andre, how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? Is it a game you've beaten? A game you've spent a certain number of hours in? New to it? I always try to ask my incoming audience members this, so that, you know, I can direct spoiler discussions, etc., etc. It gives us an expectation of the knowledge we have, more or less. You've come in at a good time. We are doing Gerudo Canyon cleanup after beating the Temple of Lightning, where we're doing cleanup today. Mr. Rasby says, oh, that I already read that. Mandatory bitches. Alan says polka face. User 11 says, oh, not today. Not only today, Mr. Coin. Too true. It seems like your internet is just always having issues, and I'm sorry about that. Alan says, okay, be back in like an hour. Very well, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully, I'll see you sooner rather than later, good sir. Do rest well. If I don't see you later for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says, so it's quite the appealing site for game mods then? Too true. Andre says 280 hours? That's awesome. Since you've played it for 280 hours then, Andre, is there anything you find particularly compelling or enjoyable about Tears of the Kingdom? This is a first-time Let's Play myself, so although I sound like I know what I'm doing, that's only in large part because I am a game engine veteran. I've beaten Breath of the Wild, so it's not too particularly far-fetched for me to like navigate Tears of the Kingdom. And I quite like the mechanical depth that the game offers, even if it does sometimes wear out its welcome. That's what I will probably say. Come on, right there. There we go. And then we do the same thing, but tilt up. Or not. Okay. Well, it would be nice if I could, like... Okay, I don't think that's gonna work. That's fine. I see. Okay, yeah, we need to do something like this. So if we do that, we can glue it to the back of this like so, and then we just put the cube in the position. Andre says you like Ultra Hand? That's cool. Yeah, I like Ascend personally myself, but Ultra Hand's a fine ability. I think it's a pretty defining feature of the game. I could see why you like it. User 11 says, your mind really needs to light up in the shrine, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, so apparently
you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. Sincerely, thank you for listening to that. I know that that is not typically how that is supposed to happen. But all of my stuff, all of my alerts are based on the real world time. So we happen to get the major shill first. So sorry about that. That said, we do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head in 3 minutes. It'll read for 3 minutes. It lasts 3 minutes. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time. Whether that be get a drink, grab a snack, do something you want to do for those 3 minutes. But I promise that commercial break will be well and truly over before you know it. That is a coin stamp quality guarantee. Worth exactly all the change in your pocket on some days. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, so apparently the Pokemon Go Plus has been discontinued. Oh, that's sad. And Mr. Jason is a sealed one? Well, I mean, in a couple of years, it'll start to accrue some value then, huh? Let's see. Mr. Coin has truly seen the light today. I have finally adjusted those Twitch stream tags, but the other thing I forgot to do was get the Seinfeld meme. I'll need to do that today. Mr. Resby says, oi, new animation. That's cool. Thank you. That video is to, streamline everything and make it automatic so that I'm not bungling words to advertisements. Plus, it takes about 2 minutes. Sometimes I don't even get done in 5. So the video really helps. It's been helping a lot. Mr. Resby says, you need a monotone coin StarCraft voice. I don't think my monotone voice would do any good. And it's not that I'm monotone, it's that I have the limiters set up to be, I have the limiters set up to like prevent a bunch of inflections because I can accidentally peak the mic if I'm not careful. Mr. SB says, back to the content. You can't coin tent. You could thank Mr. Jason for that one. His word rubbed off on me. I just kind of unironically said it during the recording. Mr. Rasby says you haven't felt physical pain in a while. Too true. Oh, God, I just saw that. Luke Dennis says you're currently doing Riju of the Gerudo quest. Nice. That's awesome. I hope that quest goes smoothly for you, Luke Dennis. Luke Dennis then goes on to say the puzzles in the Lightning Temple are light work. See you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Luke Dennis, to answer your inquiry, I had, and for everyone else as well, I had to clean up a spill. Not fun. Spilled drink. I went to get a drink during break. This is a nice, delicious, deep red drink, and let me tell you, that stuff stains counters. So I could not allow it to stay on the counter. So sorry. But I don't normally spend quite that much time doing things. Oh, that's just the command is just straight up not working. I'm glad you typed that, Luke Dennis. Thank you. I would not have realized that command just isn't working at all, and I do not understand why. But in the meantime, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna do this. Well, exclamation mark commands also work here. That is true, Mr. Jason. But all of my streamer.bot commands are set up to use an asterisk. For YouTube, so I need to get that in order. Yeah, exclamation marks aren't going to work in YouTube, like at all. Oh, it actually didn't link when I typed it. Real weird. Oh, no, it did. It's not showing up on the combined chat is what it is. Understood. Let me go back and catch up on the rest of chat.
Sex.
Guys, his screen lost the light. It did. The switch does not take long before it starts dimming. It's a power saving mechanism. Stressby says in the ad, you do sound like you work at a Wendy's in your free time, but it has its charm. Do I really sound that miserable? I might need to redo that. I don't want to sound miserable or depressed. My goodness. Mr. Jason says, sir, this is a Wendy's. Welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. User 11 says, you gotta go, Mr. Coin. You're spending your Christmas at Grandma's, leaving today. See ya. Thank you so much for stopping by, User 11. Please enjoy your Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, as well as to your whole family. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't, for whatever reason, do rest well and be well. Take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And thank you for the redemption as well, Mr. Shiny. I hope things are going smoothly for you, Mr. Shiny. You've come in at a good time. We have learned that my stream has technical issues, number one. And number two, we are in the midst of doing a Gerudo Canyon cleanup. Mr. Shiny says, you like how your check-in is 50 times more expensive than normal? You're not using a check-in, good sir. The check-ins are blue. You're using a funny haha sound, which always costs 50. That said, you get the 50 right back, good sir. As long as you don't mind it, then I don't feel compelled to change anything. Otherwise, I might think about adding a couple more check-ins, especially now that the hat redeem is over, or that the community channel point challenge is over. I could maybe think about putting some stuff on that. That is a reminder for me to lower the volume on that. Un momento, per favore. Gotta write that down. The clip itself is fine. I just need to change the volume. I keep forgetting because this is a really strenuous time of month. Mr. Shiny says you call it your funny haha check-in. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. Mr. Recipe says, I hope your whole family, users 1 through 10, do as well. Oh god, don't choke. Don't choke on mucus, Mr. Coin. Definitely don't do that. Mr. Jason says, oh yes, to all who celebrate, Happy Christmas Eve Eve. Happy Christmas Eve. Early Christmas Eve, everybody. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I love my personal check-in that everyone can use. That one. I mean, you can thank Mr. Rasby for that one. He's the one who requested it. Let me make sure YouTube is good one last time. All right, let's see the light on this puzzle, shall we? Got a good deal for the family. Oh, do you, Mr. Raspy? Come on, Link, pick that up. There's one. Nice. Okay, let me set that. No, I probably needed that. Luke Dennis says only the brightest can beat this shrine. Mr. Shiny says, if you need me to shed some light on the puzzle, let me know. I think I got it. To the both of you. And that way we just spread out the sounds a little bit. Okay, this probably... Oh. Yeah, we probably need this mirror up here. Hello, boys. Ow. Alright. Gotcha. Okay, do not waste weapon charges on that. I've had enough of being rammed by... Nice. I'm getting clowned by Zonai constructs lately. Fine. That's like the third time I've gotten clowned on in stream on enemies I should not be getting clowned on. It really kind of sucks. I'm gonna be really honest with that. Do we have the treasure chest? We do have the treasure chest. Good. I was kind of worried that wasn't gonna be the case. What? I'm sorry. Oh, are you serious? You could just put a weapon? Oh no, this is a mirror club. That's what it is. Mr. Jason says, well, Mr. Coin, it looks like you're running 2 servers, plus yours in 2026. Oh, yeah. That's riveting. That is absolutely riveting. Wait, I'm sorry, what? I totally love having additional busy work. Everyone loves that. Okay, I'm clearly doing something wrong and I need to figure out what that is. We're not allowed to climb this. Okay, let's tilt this over right. Oh, okay. We need to do this differently. We need to do this way different. Yeah, we don't need the mirror club. We just literally need this. The setup could not be simpler. Perfect. Do. Mr. Jason says in your Mafia server, the Conciliate is, quote, the one actually running things from the side like a quartermaster and the captain in the private realm, in the pirate realm. Oh, goody, I have the exact same role, too. Sir, as he says, really good roll, whoever said it. Really good roll? Did I say roll? I said roll. Really good quote, whoever said it. I had an ADD spasm right there. So sorry. Too true. Mr. Shiny says, and here you go. We found a way around the problem. We did, in fact, find a way around the problem. I was trying to do the up and over strategy when really that wasn't gonna ever work. I just needed to go around it. Delicious. I hope everyone has good food this holiday season. I hope everyone has delicious food. I hope everyone gets a chance to spend quality time with people they care about, not necessarily family. I think it's important I delineate those two things, because you can be knuckle dragged into Christmas gatherings or family holidays and you end up hating your time there. So instead of saying family, because even though I know family is what you choose, I would rather say, you know, I hope people get to spend time with family or with people that they care about. Especially those of us that are alone, right? This year, well, I wouldn't say knuckle dragged. I definitely didn't get knuckle dragged. I offered. My family said, you know, hey, we would really like it if you know, spent time at Christmas dinner with us. We want you Christmas Day. I offered that. If I hadn't offered, it's very likely they never would have said anything. Really? Okay, please tell me. Yeah, okay, this is working as intended. It's good. Mr. Jason says to Mr. Oh no. Yep. That is directed at someone. Mr. Raspy says if you had more resources, you would really want to make a parody of your regular day around here. That is... I just used one? Frick. It's fine. Oh my god. Today is not gonna go my way. I can just feel it. I used one charge instead of 5. Oh my god. Absolute dog water performance right there. Mr. Jason says, no, Mr. Coin, that buff message was for you. To Mr. Rasby in the Mafia server, you said, too true, Mr. Rasby, just like Coin's role in the new year. In the TCC, he's running the show from the side. Yeah, that's me. Administrative, executive extraordinaire. Indeed. Mr. Rasby says, for the start, number 1, random dude talking about random bitches. 2, Coin apologizing for misspeaking 1 letter for 15 minutes. Number 3, Mr. Jason talking about how he made 40 grand from some Pokeball deal. The units are important there, Mr. Rasby. I think we would all like to make 40 grand off of virtual game items. Mr. Shiny says, oh, Polish cuisine is known for its Christmas table. Tasty, although very high in calories. I've heard. I've actually seen some pictures of it before. It looks really good. There is this streamer that I used to know. His name was Stay Plus. He is a Canadian, but he had a Polish heritage, and he would regularly talk about his trips to visit family in Poland. You know, back when he was, you know, actually making content. These days, he's just absorbed in doing his job. He's kind of, you know, hopped off the streaming bandwagon and is just living his life now, which is totally fine. I get it. Especially if you need to make money, you know, you can't... Streaming is not for everyone. You either suffer or you live in the real world. That's totally fine. I miss him. He was one of the good ones. And by that I mean to say he was an authentic person, and it's hard to find that on the internet these days. Everyone is looking for clickbait, rage bait. Everyone's looking to engage in the internet algorithm in some way that is not truly meaningful. I miss that about the internet. I remember when the internet was a force for good instead of being used in order to, you know, peddle lies and misinformation. I miss that. Mr. Rasby says, I wish I had 40 grand. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, I wish I had 40 grand. I would buy Mortel Chocolat and a bigger, fancier TV. I wish I had 40 grand. I would, you know, clear out... Actually, 40 grand would not clear my debt. It would be about 2/3 of the debt that I have. That would immediately just all get absorbed in debt. But if I could spend that money any way I wanted, I would definitely have, I would set up my business, for basically for life, and I would have actually an editor. I actually really need one now. I am so swamped in work that although I'm still going to be editing major content, I have no idea how I'm going to possibly keep up with other projects. I really truly don't. And it has me really frazzled and really worried. Mr. SB says, paid in exposure. Too often that those words are used in the content creation industry. You know, you're paid in exposure. You're being paid in clout. The clout, non-existent. Nowhere to be found on the store shelf when the deal is made. Nowhere to be found in inventory when the exchange is made. And the next thing you know, the person offering clout has been really good, has just completely disappeared. Awful. Truly. I don't like that turn of phrase. I wish people wouldn't use it. Strasby says, number 4, me talking about getting hit in the nuts with a metal stick, but how mental health training somehow helped you. I'm sorry you experienced that. Hopefully you have recovered. And mental health training, I hope, helped in recovery, but not anything else. Mr. Rasby says, so we need to do a heist. I don't want to be a thief, but you're probably right. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I have news. Even though we're closed, Director Carly has managed to find us a new client. Nice, nice. Mr. Rasby says, Director Carly has managed to find us a new client. Coin would be really good at distracting, Mr. Resby says, talking with the guards about the Switch tour and the nature of socio-political events. I would be handcuffed on the spot. I would be a distraction for a moment and then shoved to the side. A terrible distraction. Mr. Jason says you authorized her to send this person an invite. See, Discord servers don't really ever close. We just, like, don't handle tickets. That's basically what it is. Mr. Rasby says you didn't. Good. It is part of the parody. Makes sense. Hence the 4th. Good stuff. Mr. Shiny says, speaking of, how much is Mario Maker? SMM2? Couldn't tell you. I think it's like 30. I think it's like 40. Hold on. Let me get you a number. And that number might change depending on whether or not you're buying virtual. Nope, it's 60. It's 60 US dollars. I do not know. It would be what, probably like 50 euros or like 45 euros maybe, and about the same amount in pounds probably. But that's my guess, Mr. Shiny. I don't know offhand. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, Carly said I think you would be a good mod for her too. To you? Nice. Our verified streamer program is currently closed while the board discusses reforms, but you're not close to doing an on-the-side legitimate business deal." Too true. See what I mean? Discord operations don't really close. It's like services closed to the public are completely different than services in private. Okay. I know what it wants. We need to find a way to bring the light down here. Or, wait. I'm actually curious. I don't think this works. I'm gonna whip out a headlight and a mirror. I want to turn on the headlight and put on the mirror. No, that absolutely doesn't work. The light is too scattered. Mr. Shiny says that's well over 200 in your currency. I'm sorry that sounds really expensive. Probably the price you would pay for a copy of Z to A. Probably. Mr. Jason says, I wouldn't turn down an amicable under the deal legitimate deal, Mr. Coit. Under the table. Indeed. Under the deal would be backstabbing. So let's not. Mr. Jason says, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Mr. Espy says, yes, under the table and legitimate at once. Yes, usually that's not the case. That is so sad. I feel like we should just be able to make our own beams of light, but I guess not. I guess it's not how things are gonna work around here. Very well. We're gonna have to find some other way to, like, unlock that, because I do want it. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, the Zonai light dims in comparison. Indeed. It's just too scattered. Gordo Goku says, sup, y'all? Welcome on in, Gordo Goku. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're doing, we are doing, Gerudo Canyon cleanup. We've already checked it out. Yep, I figured that would probably be the case. Alrighty. Why am I being torched? Stop that. Get help. Okay. Okay, these are like manual devices. What's up with this? We have a bunch of mirrors, but no light source to use, yet. Gordo Goku says, oh, you like this one? Isn't this the one where you make the mirror? That's what it's shaping up to be. I don't know. This is my first time seeing this. But it sounds like you're probably correct. Bye-bye. Yeah, it definitely does sound like we're making the mirror, but we don't have a concentrated light source to use yet. No. No. Get up there, Link. Can we climb this spindly little thing? No, we can't. That's fine. Let's get up there then. Gordo Goku says, oh, you haven't done it? My bad. No, I actually didn't even register that was a spoiler. No big deal. Since I couldn't tell, no worries. Mr. Esby says, sup, oh, homie? Oh, that's in regard to Gordo Goku, huh? Mr. Esby says, witch in the 1400s. Why am I being torched? Stop that. Indeed. Some very macabre humor, if I do say so myself. I don't think anyone would like being torched, gonna be real honest. Mr. Shiny says, Soldier Construct number 4 looks like it would find a job in a pizza place. It does, doesn't it? It's got the color scheme. It's got the look, as they say. Gerudo Goku says, let me know when you're stuck. I appreciate the offer. You didn't mean to say it. No worries. To be honest, there's not a lot I can do with that particular spoiler. Like, I already kind of deduced that we were making a beam of light. Just I don't know where. And as long as you don't say where, you're fine. Mr. Shiny says, and that horn, remove the spikes and it's a pizza knife? Yeah, kind of. Hold on. It's a level 4 horn, isn't it? Which one? A Captain Construct. I guess it would be like this thing, right? Oh no, Soldier Construct horn. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It does look like a pizza cutter. That's funny. Mr. Jason says, Soldier 4 Construct 4 works in a pizza place. Mr. Coin would work in a Wendy's. Oh, yeah, I get the feeling I'm not gonna live down the Wendy's comment, am I? So, Mr. Rasby mentioned that my automated video that I do for the Major Shill, I sound like a Wendy's worker, like someone who works in a Wendy's. You know, very depressed, or like somewhat depressed. And so ever since that's kind of been like the running joke. Ellis, I think that's an ISTG? Is it a D's nuts joke? I don't think so. Mr. Rasby says, ah yes, Battle Chef. Mr. Resby says, although you would want to ask others if they also get that vibe, or if it's just me. I mean, I know what my own voice sounds like, right? And I know what I have heard in testing. Oh, Mr. Shiny says you swear to God. Fair enough. Do I sound depressed to you guys? Do I sound like monotone? Maybe I've put the limiter down too low or something. That would be maybe not. Limiter might not be the thing I'm looking for. Like, not the right word. Perhaps I'm looking for something else. All right. What gives? Where's the beam of light we're looking for? Wait, do we? Hold on. Do we actually have to use sunlight here? We do! This needs to be done during the day! Oh no! Alright, we need to put a... Well, I don't think a piece of wood will work. Let's draw... Nope, that is incorrect. Destroy this. Use this. Drop. And then get this tilted down a bit. I think. No, that doesn't really work. Oh, I know what happened. I need to destroy this, drop that, so it's a free object, and then fuse it. Gerudo Goku says, can I say the largest reflection of light is a great tip, but not spoiling? That's probably fine. Mr. Shiny says, although for game context, you should say swearing to Hylia, Maybe. Or, you know, any one of the 3 goddesses. That works. On this island, a night shift is not a thing. Too true, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Resby says, it's a half a joke. Indeed. Mr. Jason says you're completely fine, Mr. Coin. I would feel the same way if I knew that people weren't realizing their full potential and achieving parity across YouTube and Twitch with their amazing subs. Ah, okay. Heck, W. You caught him. So nobody's gonna half a joke. I don't know. I mean, you could just ask him what half a glass is. Like, you know, is that glass half a full or half a empty?
Sure, Jan.
I laughed. I find it funny. Even if no one else did, I found it funny. Okay, we need to fuse these together so I can get it at a weird angle, is what's going on. Like this. Oh, actually, do I want to do that? No, I want it flipped. I want it flipped. Hold on. Nice. We love that around here. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Wait. Wait. Oh, that's fortuitous. Mr. Shiny says, half a lack of interest, Mr. Rasby. Apparently, sorry, I'm dealing with sensory overload pretty bad. I do not know why. Mr. Rasby says, half a nice day. Got him. Too true. Largest reflection of light is a great tip, but not a spoiler. Maybe hold on, maybe I don't actually need... I may be overthinking this, like, a bunch. Let me grab this and try to take this maybe with me. Maybe, like, over there. Maybe we don't need that. But it's got to be early in the morning. Once the sun goes over here, we're not going to have any room to, like, move. Mr. Rasby says we could take a 3-minute break, just chatting break until sensory overload lessens. I'd appreciate that a little bit, just not as much commentary. Mr. Jason says you remember this puzzle, Mr. Coin. As per usual, you ended up getting annoyed and just held it up, holding it in a weird position over the edge of a cliff and pointing it back to the thing that is supposed to shine on, and it somehow worked. Ah, that's no fun. I want to do it the legitimate way. If I can. I think it's more fun when you solve the puzzle the way it's intended to be solved. Are you serious, video game? Come on. You know what? I'll take it. We can make that work. We can make that work. Absolutely. Ooh, maybe that's what the stake was for, now that I'm thinking on it. Yeah, I think that's exactly what that stake was for. Let's see. Down there, maybe? Yeah, it'd have to be down there, actually. Because this is all... No, 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 no. Not this way. Not this way. We don't need that this way. We need that this way. Pointing this way. Perfect. Perfect. Mr. Jason says, I suppose they do want you to solve it as intended. Too true. It'd have to be down there. I sure hope so. Gerudo Goku says you figured out the spoil, so keep going with that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Gerudo Goku. As it turns out, I realized that I was definitely overthinking things. Okay, but I do need to figure out... This was like down here, right? It's below here? Yes, it is. And as soon as we get that, we need like another mirror. We could probably just turn it on its side like this. There we go. Like that. And then one more time. Are we out of mirrors already? I think we are. Yeah, we're out of mirrors. No, we have one more. Okay. Panicking. Coin needs to like focus. I have come to realize over the years that I'm quite a flighty individual. And if I don't take a second to breathe, I do in fact spiral sometimes. Welcome on in, Carly. Good to see, or should I say Director Carly. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Carly, you've come in at a good time. We are doing a puzzle for a chest is, what's happening. Mr. Jason says, just Carly to me. Fair. It's just... Mr. Rasby says, wait, is that iCarly? No, I don't think so. iCarly is a completely different individual, I'm sure. But please do make sure, when you get a chance, Mr. Jason, that Carly gets a wonderful shout out. She's a content creator, much like myself. She plays all kinds of stuff, from what I understand. Ooh, we can just do like this. And then staple a mirror onto that. No, game, that snap is too high up. Come on. That's not what I asked. Okay. So that's 3 mirrors. Maybe another stake and a tilted mirror? Yeah. 1 stake and another mirror. Perfect. Let me put the stake where I need it to go first. Maybe here? And then we can just get the pointing right. Hold on, I need to go back and read chat again. Carly says you had a super busy day. That's cool. Hopefully it wasn't super stressful. Just cooking dinner while your friend is here. Nice, nice. I hope you and your friend have a wonderful dinner. And I hope that dinner goes smoothly for you. I'm like, yeah, okay, if we do it like this. And like orient it right, I think we may be able. No, that's not gonna work. Ah, it's so close. I do definitely feel like it is somewhat hackneyed, though. Maybe this. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Did that stake just disappear? I think it did. Mr. Shiny said, oh, and thank you for letting me know, Mr. Jason, that Mr. Shiny had said something. Mr. Shiny says for you, it's the opposite. You love finding creative ways to cheese a puzzle, although intended ways are Gouda too. Nice. That's a good one. Thank you for that. And thank you for the shout outs, Mr. Jason. Both of these wonderful content creators work really hard on their stuff. Please do give them a follow on Twitch. They could use all the help they can get. Every follow counts. Strasby says, yes, my channel preview is a cliffhanger. I need to make one. I've got enough clips that I should be able to make one. I just gotta sit down and do it, and that'll double as the channel trailer for YouTube. Mr. Jason says he almost forgot the stakes are high in this puzzle. Mr. Rasby says work hard. Oh, did I cut off there? I think I might have. Yeah, I believe I did cut out. Yeah. What Coin said. Oh, no, you cut off. Cool. Oh no. Oh God. God bless. Yup, it happened. The light covered the mirror. There. I have a little more time to work with, but I get the feeling I might need to rest and do it over again. Okay, I think what they want me to do is to remove... Alright, I'm resting until the morning. I'm just doing it, and if it causes the Zonai mirrors to reset, so bloody be it. I've had enough. Mr. Shiny says, oh yeah, you don't know if you mentioned you saw Monster Hunter Rise plus Sunbreak, as well as Generations Ultimate on sale. That's cool. How much of a sale, if you can recall? Cool. I was wondering if these were going to reset. I'm glad that they do not, of course. You've been debating which one to buy. And in the end, you've bought both? Oh, that's a lot of money. That's a good Christmas present right there. I hope you enjoy it, all things considered, truly. Okay, and I think if we just, like, do it like this. Maybe scooch this a little more that way. I hope I don't have to, like, mount this in some weird, crazy position. Mr. Shiny says, 85% off, you believe? Wow, that is a stupendous bargain. That's like a 4-finger discount levels of bargain. Mr. Jason says, you hunted a monster bargain there, Mr. Shiny? Too true. Gordo Goku says, this is different than what you did for sure. It's complicated, but you can't wait to see how it turns out. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says, you can call me a hunter with that. Indeed. Very, very much so. Do I have to wait until 6:30 in the morning for this to be a thing, or what? Oh, the mirror there is straight up gone. That's why. Fine, video game. Guess what I'm doing? I am marking this with a bright bloom seed so that he doesn't go anywhere. I forgot that Zonai devices have an operating range. You can get this set up right. There we go. Perfect. Mr. Resby says, do I have to wait until 6:30 in the morning for this to be a thing? Me, waiting for my dopamine to come back to be able to do uni work. Oh, the struggles of a university student. Too true. Mr. Jason says, if you made this game, the treasure would have a green ruby. You sadistic. You are such a sadistic man, Mr. Jason. But I guess that's what I would expect out of a troll level creator. Okay, maybe an extra mirror? Yeah, sure. How about an extra mirror? Let's just go balls to the wall complicated. Let's see. Maybe something like this. Come on. Okay, I guess it'd be like that. We could just point that one straight down. and tether it to the thing. There. And now we just put this one. We can literally tilt this last one. Or put it right there. Perfect. Mr. Jason says, that was a bright idea, Mr. Coin. Marking it with the flower was the bright idea. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says, make sure to place it correctly to avoid a mistake. God. We're approaching 50 already. You have till near 3 or 4 p.m. for the sun. Yeah, if I had positioned the mirror in the back with a stake, that probably would have worked. To be out. Amazing. Indeed. Alright, what do we get for all this effort? Was it even worth it? Okay, you know what? I'll take it, video game. You gave me a Sage's Will. That is a nice prize. Gerudo Goku says you gotta say that was a great fun way. Thanks. That said, I know I probably hyper complicated that or over engineered the solution. Nintendo rarely says, hey, you have these supplies, use them. They usually give you something that you need. Multiple Japanese game devs are like this. Mr. Shiny says, I will say it's worth it. Okay. Mr. Espia says it's all right. We're all autists here. I don't think so. I think there's probably at least a non-spectral around here somewhere. Mr. Jason says where there's a will, there's a way. Okay, I'd like us to slow down a little. We have already hit, what someone has asked for. We're like one off from that. That is a lot of jokes in like the span of 2 hours. Let's calm it down a bit, please. Mr. Espy says, wait, is that an insult? I hope not. I don't think that's not necessarily an insult. It's more of the how do I word this? It's more of the maybe not everybody maybe not everybody feels the same way. And so maybe we should avoid painting people with a broad brush. That's more or less what it is. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin. Mr. Espy says, let's slow down, trying super hard not to joke. Mr. Shiny says, aw, I was just getting started. I know. And I think if the incident that I will not reference more than what I just did happened earlier, I probably wouldn't say anything. But it did. So I want to, like, temper that. Plus, sometimes jokes, joking around can kind of wear out its welcome too. My voice is actually starting to get a little bit hoarse. Wait, what happened? Mr. Shiny, in lieu of discussing it further, I'm gonna direct your attention to a Discord announcement I made. Because I don't want to, like, frazzle nerves or anything. Let me find the announcement. Okay, I found it. Nope. So if you look at the announcement on 12/17/2025 in the Proclamations channel, it's the only posting of its kind. I have outlined my approach for jokes and puns moving forward. People got a bit testy with how many of them were being used in a short period. And and I had to mediate a dispute about it. That's all.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. That, my fine friends, was the advertisement. Thank you again for sitting through that. I know it's kind of boring and rote, but considering the way that I have things set up, it is also the last one you'll hear for today. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. I want to thank everyone so much for hanging out with me today. So far, I really appreciate it. The timer for the commercial break will start at the top of the hour. It lasts for 3 minutes. Inobo, I need you off my thing, buddy. I need you off my hover bike. But once that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. I would say we're a little far behind compared to where I'd like to be. After, 2 hours, so I might lock in and speed some things up. Just for the purposes of, actually getting to the Sky Labyrinth today, which I should also say we have to do the Ground Labyrinth first in order to even do the one in Sky. So we've got we definitely have some work cut out for us if we want to be on time with that today. Wait, hold on. Mr. Jason says, last stream, did you say, Mr. Coin? Isn't next Monday, Tuesday normal day, or do you have plans? Did I say last stream? I'm sorry. No, I think I had an ADD spasm is what's happening. God, what did I say? God, I'm blanking on that. Mr. Shiny says, okay, I've read the announcement. It's totally fair. I appreciate you reading that, Mr. Shiny. I would normally just explain it, but I'm trying not to frazzle nerves or anything like that. And I appreciate you working with me to read that. That you truly went above and beyond. You had every right to ask for a verbal explanation, and I would have more than gladly offered one up to you. God, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. My brain just completely jettisoned whatever the last stream part of the statement was. Like right out. No, next week is normal. And I think what I might have said is, I think that may or may not have had to do with describing the incident, Mr. Jason. I think that's where those words are coming from. As far as I know, Monday and Tuesday are normal plans for me, are normal stream days for me. New Year's Day might be another one that I'm not 100% sure on yet. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to stream that day. Because I know my friends are throwing a party that day. But I'm also, like, woefully behind on work between the Pathfinder tabletop. Pathfinder tabletop, the recording content, and, working on this video essay. I have a lot of things on my plate that I need to do. and very little time to do it. But it is something I'm thinking about. But that's not Monday or Tuesday, though. That said, we will pick things up after the commercial break. See you then. Sorry about that, everyone. I hope I wasn't too late coming back. Oh, my gut was not happy. That's about as much as I'm gonna say regarding that. Let me catch up on chat and we will move on from here, and then I will probably speed things up. So I might I might not read the responses and just reply to people. If I'm doing that, I will make sure to use a username there and make it clear which sentence I'm using so that we can continue to speed things up. I might need to do that starting next year, actually. We are at 138 subscribers this year on YouTube, with our 139 even. I doubt I'm making it to 150 before the start of the next year, but I really do want to thank everyone for subscribing on YouTube and leaving the likes and stuff. I really appreciate it. It's basically almost a 200% increase from the start of the year, the start of this exact year even. I'm extremely grateful for that. Just thanks. Nothing more to say than that. As a little bit of bookkeeping while I was, sitting on the john, so to speak, your Christmas card. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the Prime subscription. I do not know. You hear that? You hear the sound of the incoming rain, the wind. Thank you for your Prime Gaming subscription. Please enjoy all the perks and benefits that come along with that, Carly. That includes, of course, 5 really great, fantastic emotes, and some animated ones as well. You get an extra vote on vote items that resolve during this month. I'll make sure I throw your name up on the placard for the Twitch subscription placard for tomorrow, and quite a few other things. I really, truly thank you again. That's $2.54 that goes into the pot that I did not have before. Thank you. What was I saying? Right, I will have your Christmas card available tomorrow. That's directed at everyone. I will have that available tomorrow, probably after the stream would be when I would put that up in the pictures channel just for everyone and for people on YouTube as well. And probably Patreon and Coffee. I want everyone to have access to that. I'm going to be working real hard on that. You got my word. Mr. Jason says, oh, I already read that one. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. While nature was calling you, you just thought of something a little bit scary in terms of passing time. It doesn't really feel too long since you announced the closure of the TCC on the 20th of December for the winter break. And we're already just over a week away from 2026 and the reopening of the TCC, and one that is yours to lead. Yeah, that's true. That is certainly true. Next year is going to be really busy. Mr. Rasby says, oh yeah, doing some more philosophical Buddhist stuff recently. Nice. Focusing on the idea of being unable to get anywhere. Oh, do you feel like trapped or stuck? Or is that like a concept you're exploring safely in your own head, Mr. Rasby, if you don't mind my asking for clarification there? Let's see. Luke Dennis says, what's been happening? Welcome back, Luke Dennis. We have been going very slowly, clearing up shrines and Korok seeds. That's what's been happening. You had to leave your computer for 30 minutes. No worries. You being here is enough. But yeah, we've just been kind of taking our time, more or less. Gordy Goku asked earlier, do you do something on the side of this, if you don't mind my asking? No, not at all, Gordo Goku. So I do a couple of different things on the side. First and foremost, I run a Pathfinder first edition campaign. It had been on hiatus for a while, but we've been running one-shot limited run campaigns in other tabletop systems. And at the start of November was when we hashed out that we wanted to reboot my Pathfinder first edition campaign. So I've been working really hard to make that happen. It is a mythic level campaign. Fancy word for what was I saying? Fancy word for extra upgrade system on top of just leveling and classes and stuff. That's all. In addition, or I should say, because I'm doing because a lot of my campaign is digital, I have Hero Lab, which is a sheet cruncher, a number cruncher. I use Foundry for maps and so on. I have to like make maps, make characters, write script. It's very, very involved. Gerudo Goku says, "Do you mean Vehicle Pathfinder?" No. Let me show you what I'm talking about. That's going to be a lot better than me trying to explain it. Think of those as alternate version Dungeons and Dragons. That's the best way I would describe it. It's like Dungeons and Dragons 3.5e with some frills added. That's what Pathfinder First Edition is. And we do this every couple of weeks to get everything, just to have some fun, something different to do. And it takes a lot of prep time in order to do that, in order to have that sort of fun. Typically, a dungeon master or a game master is responsible for providing all the materials that players use to, have fun, and the players provide the experience and the role play. A lot of role play, anyway. Oh, game master? You meant like job or no? Ah, okay. You're asking about employment, Gerudo Goku? Well, I'm not exactly a NEET. I'm pretty close to one. That's short for not educated, employed, or trained. I'm educated, but not in a meaningful capacity. I pet sit and house sit for a living. That's basically it. I watch over people's houses. I do contract work. While they're gone, and or their pets, or I walk them. One of those two things. Doesn't make a whole lot of money, but it's other work I can say I have, quote unquote. Let me go back over to Twitch because I feel I've missed a bunch of messages over there. Mr. Rasby says, "I can't tell if I feel that, but I feel like suffering comes from trying to do stuff differently." That's an interesting interpretation. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, "So you committed to not doing anything different this holiday and just do basically anything. You grinded in an MMO quite a lot? Oh, did you enjoy that?" And I'll go on to read the rest in a second. Luke Dennis says, "Bye, you're going to leave stream now." Thank you so much for stopping by, Luke Dennis. I really appreciate it. It was good seeing you. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you again, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And I hope to see you whenever I get to see you. Truly. Mr. Jason says, "Next year will be really busy, Mr. Coin, but next year will be the year where you'll be allowed to shine even more than now." Too true. Oh, yeah, you forgot to say, oh, and then you're going to catch Mr. Rasby up on that. Very well. Mr. Rasby says, nope, read that one. Mr. Shiny says, "Meanwhile, you'll be shining just the same." Too true, good sir. Has your job stressed you out anymore since the last we spoke? I hope not. I hope things have been smooth. It's holiday season, so I expect some crunch, but I hope outside of that it has not been particularly troubling for you. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, and also committed to not evaluate things just across the board. You no longer am doing good or bad. You just am. You just are doing. Completely fair. Anything more you say comes from me not wanting to be rude, even if internally it feels to you reductive. I can try to ask the question a different way. I do try to say health or spirit instead of I hope you're doing good, because good is subjective. You don't know how to answer that. Health and spirit are like targeted words. I'm asking, how's your health? How's your mind? Your spirit, quote unquote. I try to at least be nominally more specific. Mr. Jason says, did you miss anything from that coin? Let me go and read it and I'll tell you. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's basically what happened. Mr. Shiny says, coins and stamps, S&P for short. Is that a stock? Is that a joke of some sort? I'm kind of not understanding the S&P reference here. I'm sure once I do, I'll probably find it funny. Mr. Resby says contract work. Yeah, I have a 6-page docky that I read every client. I say, did I really just unironically use a document? 6-page document that has a list of questions that I check in with each client about. I ask them what their pets' names are. What kind of commands do they respond to? What are you generally looking for when you're asking me to sit your pets or, do a pet drop-in where I stop by the house temporarily and then, do things. Stuff like that. That said, it's less glamorous than it sounds. Mr. Shiny says he would be down for RPG nights once you move out of your family home. RPGs are fun. You should try them sometime. Probably Pathfinder 2nd edition is really good right now. It's really tight, like numerically tight, but it's pretty good. Mr. Jason says only yourself and the executive president have authority. Basically. Alan says, here's Ailey. Hi, Alan. I don't think you needed that. I think that extra Y might have been a typo, but that's fine. Welcome back, Alan. Good to see you again. Hopefully things have been going smoothly for you since last time we spoke. We have been advancing the speed of turtle as what's going on. Lots of chit-chat today, which I enjoy. Mr. Shiny says it's become smoother as you've gotten accustomed to work environment and clients. Nice. That's good. I'm glad work is becoming smoother for you. Truly. I know that account work is it's crunch, crunch, crunch all the time. All the time. I have a client who works as an accountant and a tax consultant to boot. She even works 2 jobs. She is swamped all the time. Has almost no time to herself. Just to enjoy nice stuff. Mr. Shiny says Dungeons and Dragons. Coins and stamps. Ah! My own brand tabletop RPG. Coins and stamps. I feel like that would be more over a board game, but I getcha. Yeah, Maybe one day I could pull a Caleb Ganon and make my own game, but not right now. I don't have anywhere near the ability to do something like that, and I would have to use AI to in order to make it work, and I don't know how I feel about that. Caleb Ganon used like a public domain version of an AI art program. I think it was like the 2.1 version. So like the art is from like approved sources, but it's still AI. It's still at the cost of the environment. And I don't know how to feel about that as a non-Celtic druid. I hate that. Alan says Docky. Wow, it's D-O-C-C-Y. We gotta get the spelling right. But I get you. I'm joshing with you. Also, you would play that, the coins and stamps. Really? Mr. Raspy says, I appreciate being more specific, but to you, it's still fundamentally a quantification. Fair. Yeah, I suppose I'm not really changing the same question. I could just ask you how you're doing, and we're right back. It's fundamentally the same question. I just chose to focus it a little bit more than most streamers usually do. So you won't really engage with questions about how you are, at least not without your gut feeling telling you otherwise. Fair. Fair. Alan says, looks like it. You just got the music for the festival? Nice! That's awesome. Tell me, how much work do you have on your plate preparing for that, Alan? Do you have, like, whole lyrics to memorize? Or, like, just parts of things? Carly says, sorry you've not been super talkative. Don't worry about that, Carly. You being here is enough. Lots of people lurk. I love my lurkers. Lurkers are welcome here. Absolutely do not ignore your real life friends. I will be here blabbing away. I am filling the airspace. Your friend may very well not be around forever before they go back home. So please do pay attention to them. You're fine. Okay, I'll read this one. Not swapping spots per se. Yeah, I started as a director, moved to executive VP. Right, yes. And then, and right now, Jamie is considered my senior, but, Jamie and I will be swapping spots, next year, because Jamie's gonna be busy. Coin has proven multiple times that he's a better fit for... I'm a better fit for management. Clearly. But yeah, I'm cut from a different cloth personality-wise compared to our executive chair. And I think Jason, Mr. Jason thinks, the boss thinks that I would probably go over a lot better with the staff and board at the TCC, among other things. Mr. Jason says, oh, you know the word Mr. Coin is more diplomatic? Yep. That's what I would say, as I'm better at that type of stuff. Alan says, for coins and stamps, we could have an enemy called the bitch. I guess if we wanted to have an adult game, sure, yeah. And by adult, I just mean rated for adults. More than anything else. Nothing explicit. Mr. Jason says you'll miss this when Coin's channel grows bigger, but Mr. Coin has your support regardless because you know you can rely on Coin equally well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alan says, I mean, it's music, so obviously there's going to be lyrics. You're going to have to memorize and, like, the notes and stuff, but they gave you a Google Classroom code and it has all the notes. Nice. Good. I'm glad you have that. That it would suck if you just had to, like, if you had, like, a piece of paper or something with everything and you hope to God that, you know, you don't misplace it or something. Mr. Raspy says, but yeah, the Buddhist shift helped me a lot. You highly recommend it? To be more specific, Zen Buddhism. Right, the non-religious kind. Would I have that correct, Mr. Raspy? The philosophical Buddhism? I think that's what Zen Buddhism is. Yeah, I have like a few clients, and it's mostly seasonal. Like the main time I tend to get contract work is during the summer. Let me go and grab the Korok that's here before I get too far away from, or let it get too far out of hand. Yeah, so it's, I mean, outside of like that, I'm a nobody. I'm a homebody. You know, this is my side hustle. I am trying to make it big on Twitch and YouTube, and and Kick at the start of next year. You know, when we finish up Tears of the Kingdom. It's like, yeah, it's here at this corner. I'd like to make it big, but that means I gotta actually put in, you know, the work. I gotta put in the work, and I really have not been putting in as much work as I should be for a number of reasons. This is like catch the thing, right? Yeah, it sure is. I'm gonna place this right here. Hello. Okay. There we go. Dive. Catch the thing. Catch it. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Mr. Rasby says, philosophical and Zen are independent of each other, you think? Okay, so there are differences. That's fine. Then I'll make sure I don't call them the same thing. Very well. But either way, it's fine. Alan says, wait, if you blow up, would we be mods like Shiny, Rasby? Eventually, yeah, that would be the idea. You know, as I learn to trust, you know, each and every one of my audience members more. Come on, Link. Turn over here. But yeah, as I continue to, you know, grow and trust my audience members, you got a lot more of you will start to fold into my inner circle. And I would feel a lot more comfortable handing out mod then. Right now, I'm mostly at this stage where I have bots that manage tasks for me. And everything. I don't really need extra mods. The mod position is largely ceremonial more than anything. Are we philosophically on the same page as each other? You know, if not, where's the common ground? Is there enough common ground? Okay. I could probably trust you enough to be a mod for at least some things, right? I'm gonna have to... Yeah, let's eat some food. We have an extra wheel of stamina. We should use it. Gonna need to, like, climb here. Alan says, I mean, that would make sense. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, as you get bigger, you generally... I would say channels around Patty's size, or I Ate Your Pie size. Let me use someone that maybe does not have quite such a reactive interaction between our audience here. A streamer like I Ate Your Pie. He's like super big, and he has like 20 plus mods. Easy. There's just a lot. Actually, what am I doing? Why did I do this? I could literally have teleported. Anyway, I'm gonna mark this off, and then we can go interface with that thing again. I think it's gonna tell us to go to... It's gonna tell us to go to the one on the ground, right? Pretty sure. Mr. Shiny says, back when you had time to RPG due to your love towards coffee, you were allowed a character to have a hidden passive. It lets them take any poison as long as it's mixed with coffee. Under the cost of coffee addiction debuffs. Had to drink it in order to not pass out from exhaustion as a character. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. One of the people in my group actually, that was like a constant gag for his character. He was a sword and shield paladin. He was the sword and board tank, and he often would, you know, like brew up coffee for the group. Back when roleplay elements weren't as emphasized as mechanical elements. In my campaign. Carly says, if you ever need another mod, you'd be happy to. I'll consider that. Thank you, Carly. And Alan says, same here. Very well. I'm still mulling over that decision as well, for the record. I will probably have an answer, I'd say about sometime tomorrow. Alan says, anywho, your family is going to the sushi buffet. Sounds delicious. If and you feel saucy enough to take pictures, Alan, I would love to see some sushi. Only if you want to, though. And you're welcome to post that in the picture gallery or wherever you feel like. That said, so bye, Ram, whatever the F's. Thank you so much for stopping by, Alan. Good to see you, as always. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if not, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to catch up on chat again and then keep things moving. I might need a wonderful audience member on the Twitch side to redeem the destroy my commentary option. If we have not moved off of this labyrinth by 3 hours, excuse me. Mr. Shiny says you weaponized your passive by upgrading your charisma to the point your persuasion checks were almost always a success. Nice. That sounds like a fun time. Yeah, my campaign also has like a lot of bonus custom systems in it. I'm a huge fan of like the Tales series, like Tales of Symphonia, Tales of the Abyss, Tales of Berseria, Zestiria, so on. And so I have a system that works akin to the mystic arts from those games in my tabletop. And this campaign that I'm running is intended to be my magnum opus during my lifetime. We're dealing with the setting's huge, super, ultra big bad named Rovagug, the Clipoth or Clyfoth, excuse me, let me get the pronunciation right. The Clyfoth, god of madness and destruction. He is running rampant and has broken his prison in the earth. And so, let me go ahead and drop that. We're putting an end to that. Why is the blessing unlit? Why? What? What? Sheer stun lock for like a couple minutes.
It's against the law.
That was the wrong one.
It's just asinine.
But both work, honestly. Mr. Shiny says, oh, no, I missed something. Hang on. Mr. Resby, a quick explanation nobody asked for. Kappa, right? You transform goals like be a big streamer from a place that could be reached to just a bucket that you could take stuff from to determine what action to do in the now. There's no rush to do much of anything. Also, you can't live wrong no matter what you do under this view. You focus on the short term, or like make long-term goals and then make the appropriate guideposts. That's nice. I should do that more often. It would keep me from frazzling so much. Mr. Jason says, oh, you love this shrine? I can see why. This is like the weird optical illusion painting with the stairs on it. That one. Mr. Shiny says another character you played was a shapeshifter whose transformation depended on a d20 roll. Oh, that sounds like the Demon Hunter class in Pathfinder 1st Edition from Heroes of the Jade Oath. They had a class feature that let them shapeshift into the various demons they vanquished if they could figure out the true name. That's always a fun play style. Mr. Resby says, or in other words, active anything you've ever wanted were just permanently impossible. That sounds like a bummer. Not gonna lie. That's why. Kappa. I do love when Mr. Coin specifically reads the Kappa out. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna ask an honest question, okay? I want everyone to be deadpan serious with me. I read out the Kappa. Do you not like that? And if so, do you not like it enough to tell me to stop doing it? I want to get an honest feedback of, it's weird that you read the Kappa. Ew, don't do that. etc., etc. Gerudo Goku says, you thought that, but you were curious? No problem. Do you not open the shrine before you go down? Oh, no, I do. I figured you... that's what the Nevermind is for, I take it. Lol, indeed. Gerudo Goku says you love this one. I think that's multiple people that have said that now. And I see why. It's weird. Gerudo Goku says you don't know what Kappa is. So, Kappa, Gerudo Goku is an emote that is typically used to represent sarcasm. If you look over, let me like pan the camera so that it's more or less clear, like maybe here. Do you see a gray head with like a head of hair on it? Yeah, where Mr. Razby's statement says, this grayscale dude. Yeah, that is what the sarcasm emote is. It is called a Kappa. And there are different versions of it as well, but the most common one is the classic grayscale Kappa. Mr. Razby says, I like when Coin reads the Kappa. No cap? No cap, indeed. Mr. Razby says, this signifies sarcasm. Right. Gerudo Goku says, oh, on the chat. Yes, the combined chat panel on the stream. So it wouldn't be visible in the YouTube chat, Gerudo Goku, because YouTube does not have that type of emote. But the chat that you're seeing on the screen has it's a combined chat between all the platforms. They just can't interact with each other. Yeah, that's where you'll be able to see it for now. Mr. Jason says the lol, that's the guy with the laughing expression and color. And the grayscale Kappa emote are Twitch global emotes. Yes, the Kappa emotes are available everywhere on Twitch, but they're mostly used by Super Mario Maker 2 troll creators. I think the usage got proliferated by the troll community, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily... I wouldn't say it's mostly used by troll creators. I would actually go so far, Mr. Jason, as to say that Kappa is a emote used by the speedrunning community. Mean. Although this is kind of cool. I am not gonna lie. That's kind of cool. Just gonna do this. I can see why you guys like it. And we got another one, of course. It's gonna be up here. Yeah, this is actually really cool. I can see why you like it. Whoa! What the heck was that? We did get the treasure, though, so was that all this is? Is there any reason to interface with this? Hold on, I need to know for science if we can do anything with this. We can. We can do a lot of things in the name of science. I'm gonna drop one of these and pick it up. And time to die. Mr. Razby is using the Kappa Claws emote. Nice. Gerudo Goku says you were looking on the link. When I do start streaming to Kick, when we're done with Tears of the Kingdom, I'm going to try to move over to a multi-chat system where everybody can interact with everyone. I do not know how that's going to work yet. You have different kinds of multi-chat systems. You have Restream.io. You have Stream Elements. You've got a few others. You can probably even set up a multi-chat through StreamerBot if you know how to do it. Like Streamer.bot has a lot of things you can do inside it. A lot. But you have to know code. No exception. But the goal will be to have everyone you know, all talking with each other. With two streams, with two different platforms, I can kind of like mediate the two fine, but the third platform is going to introduce a lot of problems that need to be worked out. I have no idea what Kick's policies are regarding this, and before I'm just gonna get this out of the way, to random audience member number, you know, 42069. Thank you so much for being the target audience member of choice. I realize that Kick gets its money from gambling. Got it. I hate it. But right now, Twitch is in the dumpster fire. Twitch is a dumpster fire, and YouTube is not that far behind. YouTube is only slightly less in the dumpster fire, but in exchange for not being a dumpster fire, it is currently being litigated in court to be broken up as a monopoly. So a lot of the YouTube services that we're going to that we've come to know over the years are very much not going to be a thing in the way that we know them soon enough. So getting working on, you know, diversifying to different platforms is something that I, a streamer, need to do so that we can so that, you know, I actually have an audience to stream to, if that's making sense. It's an overhead thing. Let me go back and catch up on chat again. We've at least moved off of the Sky Castle, so I'm fine with that. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, back to Buddhism. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shiny. I completely forgot to read what you were saying. Fittingly enough, you made that character a gambling addict as well. Mr. Shiny, if you don't mind my asking, when it comes to like RPGs, are you a huge fan of taking powerful downsides as like as role-playing tools? I have a friend who does this. He likes to, he's fallen in love with taking a really powerful downside in exchange for something really powerful in return. He loves this sort of thing. And he has like abysmal luck at rolling too. This man rolls 20s or 1s. Or he almost always fails when he wants to pass, and he passes when he wants to fail. He's quite the anomaly in terms of statistics. Wonderful dear friend of mine. I'm just curious. Mr. Raspy says, but back to Buddhism, the thing that we put value in, making sure I don't miss anything from you. That's the thing. The value we put into getting somewhere is actually artificial. Yeah, it's arbitrary. It's up here. The results are fundamentally uncontrollable, but the meaning you get in the short term of your in the moment is pretty controllable, or at least infinitely more so than an abstract goal. That makes sense. Yeah, because if it's a short term that you can complete, then that's, you know, you're, how do I word this? You're really getting good, you're getting a good return on dopamine investment is what you're doing. Mr. Shiny says, I'm down for chat wars, Cap. I hope everyone is. I would like us to all be able to talk as one big group. It's just Twitch really doesn't like that. In fact, if I do move to do this, I might even lose all of my stuff for Twitch. Like, my ability to obtain subscriptions, get ad revenue, emotes, all that other stuff. I'm gambling big when I do this. I hope the gamble is worth it, is what I'm going to say. Because I don't foresee Twitch getting any better. I think it's only gonna get worse over time, you know, as controversies continue to stack, as Dan Clancy, the CEO, continues to make PR errors, and so on and so forth. I see the writing on the wall. It's not now, it's not a matter of if, but when. And I want to be ready to go when happens. Mr. Raspy says, and to be more clear, you don't need to act differently to follow these principles nor do them perfectly. It's changing the why we do things. Right, it's mental framing. And it's a concept I'm fairly familiar with. I've tried to explain this to my dad over and over. You know, mental framing and the way we frame our sentences in terms of our goals is important. Stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin, you'll rephrase. The LOL and Kappa emotes are, insofar to your knowledge of them, have only been used by Super Mario Maker 2 troll creators. Fair enough. Yeah, in your case, that is true. That is true. I just happen to have a bigger view. I see a lot of speedrunners. Like, their content is plastered all over the internet everywhere. Ryukar, Linkus, you know, Fab, the Beast, Pangea, Panga, so on and so forth. A lot of them are also speedrunners, and those emotes are used all the time in there. All the time. Anytime. That's all. Mr. Shiny says all platforms have many skeletons in the closet. Fair. Mr. Shiny says you like challenging yourself and making things nice and fresh. Fair. Fair. Yeah, the friend I'm referring to thinks the exact same way. Mr. Shiny says, also playing as a physically and morally flawless character is just boring. Ah, that you miss out on the power fantasy. That's what it, like, my campaign is a power fantasy. It's not exactly superheroes or like Marvel versus a DC or whatever. Like, it's not pulling from that theming, but the plot of my Pathfinder First Edition campaign is a lot bigger than a typical like adventure path would be, where you're solving a very local or regional problem. You're not usually dealing with something world-ending. Mine is, and it's spread out over multiple chapters. So, in order to survive that long with the same adventuring group, you kind of need to be somewhat flawless. But I do agree with you that is somewhat boring. Mr. Shiny goes on to say, my character, did somebody say gambling? These days it would be gamba. That's the word everyone says. Mr. Raspy says, so the way I interpret Buddhism stuff is essentially you live by doing. Makes sense. You don't chase having your programming stuff get big. You just simply program when you feel like it, when you push yourself as much as you agree to. Oh, it's just straight up cold. Also, we need to cook. 3, 2, 1, we came to cook. Is what I'm going to say about that. It is time to eat. Beginner, advanced, and a pit are on the top. It's pretty much all the same. Fair. Mr. Raspy says, after watching more, the experience of some kind of psychiatrists... Okay, hold on. Working with essentially billionaires and millionaires and seeing the life of the upper hand of people, you will see that self-contentment is mostly independent of where you are on those scales. Yes, I would agree with you on that. Everyone wants to be content. Absolutely everyone. I'm cooking the cold food first, or the warmth food first, because it's what I have. 4 of these should probably be sufficient. Which is why I don't like the sentence, eat the rich. Like, for those of you that are familiar with that turn of phrase, I get it. I know why it's there. It's that, you know, being a billionaire or whatever is supposedly immoral. Like, if you're that rich, you are stealing from people to do it in some capacity. I got it. I understand the reasoning. But unfortunately, what happens when people say a statement like that is they engage in othering someone unconsciously. It just happens. They just do it. No, I don't want that. Let's... Oh, I need to find the piece of meat. Hold on. There we go. Let's do this. Because I don't think I have level 2 cold resist right now. Not a whole bunch of it anyway. When you say stuff like eat the rich, what a lot of time, you should see the look on people's faces when they say it. There's like a certain inborn resentment or malice for that person existing, instead of just, you know, I'm mad that people are doing inglorious, unhuman things with their position in life. Like, it's one of those, if you don't see it, if you're not there to see it when people say it, like I am, you wouldn't necessarily come to the conclusion that I am. You would assume people are just talking about money. No, in some cases, I think people are talking about life. They want the rich dead instead of just poor, or more like them. And I think that is morally defunct. And when you say stuff like that and you don't understand the finer point of this is someone who is rich but is still human, and this is a person who is rich, is human, and is doing bad things, is making bad, evil choices, that you end up wanting to put a lot of innocent people to the sword. Everyone is very, very happy playing executioner until it's a reason that they find justifiable. And then suddenly it's, but not me, I'm doing things correctly. Like, game, what are you doing? That really should not have taken a second to load, but whatever. Mr. Jason says, I'm content with the coin tent. Also, I want to apologize for waxing philosophical. I just kind of... Razby said the words, and to be clear, this is not Razby's fault. I'm just citing the sentence here. When the words of psychiatrist experience of working with essentially millionaires and billionaires, that was like the trigger phrase for me. And I just went and waxed philosophical because it's something that bothers me. I don't mind people saying the financial system is broken and it needs fixing. I'm good with that. When people say eat the rich and I see the malice in their eyes, I know that what they really mean is not... What they really mean is not, we want them to use their money for good. We want them to change their behavior. It's, no, we want them dead. We want to seize what they own and treat them like inhuman garbage instead. Like, that's it. That's all there is to it. Like, I wouldn't make such a conclusion if I couldn't read the facial expression. People don't like it when the rich dehumanize them. Why do it back? It's petty, it's vengeful, it's evil, and it solves nothing. It just perpetuates a cycle. At least that's how I see it. Mr. Jason says, I enjoy when you go on a tangent, Mr. Coin. You've learned many things when you go off on a tangent. I appreciate that. But I do wonder if this like... Also, I feel like I missed a book somewhere. God, I forgot what I was gonna say. I hate that. Maybe it'll come back to me if I read some comments. Mr. SB says, that's all fine, Coin. We all watch you knowing we talk this pattern. And then you go on to say, I think some part of you feels a lot of shame for actually feeling like that. Well, I have to reconcile my own stances. Let me explain. I reside in two different groups, two different camps of people. My conservative part of my family very much does not see things this way for very conservative reasons. And when I say conservative, I mean U.S. conservative, not necessarily Republican or MAGA or whatever, but just like conservative in general. Garden variety does not matter. Come on. Just run away like you're supposed to. Thanks. And on the other hand, I have my friends who are like very progressive. Like they are very much in the vein of social justice. You know, social justice is important. There needs to be a price for the people that abuse, you know, the poor. And I agree with that, but a punishment that should be doled out should not be death. Because if we're like them and we do something bad in order to repay the bad things they have done, then we're no better than them. We're no better than them. And we might as well just fully go tribal instead of being reasoned about it. And that's not to say that they necessarily hold that drastic of a view, but it's just... I know where my friends sit. I know where parts of my family sit. Most of my family on both sides is, you know, they're either country gentrified conservative or they're full-blown conservative. I'm politically caught in the middle a lot. And it ends up with, I have to choose. I have to choose a lot. Also, please tell me I actually... Oh my god. I feel like I still didn't go read a journal. I feel like I just did something random. That's fine. We can fix that. So I do feel shame. I feel a lot of it. Because I know if I ever actually had the conversation in front of them... Never mind that they can just go watch the VOD and find it. That's like a whole separate fear that I have, but that's the price I pay for internet fame. And just like that, you know, people are ready to come to terms. Let me also look up a term, because I really want to use this term. To illustrate my point. I learned it from a VTuber reaction like a couple of weeks ago. It might not be this specific. Backpfeifengeist. It literally means to punch someone in the face. That's what would happen. That's my fear. I'm a man of letters, not fists. And some discussions of this ilk can be incredibly heated. I would not want to deal with that. That's the sort of fear, palpable fear I'm talking about, is getting punched for just words. Or worse. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin. Saying those things to rich people who are doing deplorable things only makes the accuser as bad as said person or about rich people. Well, right. The rich have their own problems. Of course, we don't blame rich people for being born in their circumstances or anything. What we do is say, okay, you couldn't control how you were born, but would you mind using your money for good? That's like, that is capitalism's like ultimate goal. I hear this argument a lot, like, capitalism is evil. Yeah, sure, when it morphs into cronyism, Real capitalism doesn't care. It's just efficiency. It's the practice of supply and demand side economics together at both the micro and macro level. That's all capitalism is. When you distort it with people who cheat, you do not have capitalism, you have cronyism. So for the socialists out there, and this is like I guess here's my L take for the day. I've heard a lot of socialists say, we haven't tried real socialism yet. I would like to argue we haven't tried real capitalism yet either. What most countries have tried is either some version of cronyism or authoritative communism. And the closest we could say is like Denmark or Switzerland. Are like the Nordic countries are the closest to what I'm referencing. They use a capitalistic market in order to fund like socialist, like domestic and foreign policy, and it works fine. People have once again taken a concept about markets and weaponized it into tribes of viewpoints. And when people get tribal, they get bloody, they get thirsty. I hate that. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, the stances you hold make sense. You can see the flaws in each of the sides' takes. I can see the flaws, and if people remained reasonable, it would be fine. But people don't. People aren't remaining reasonable. And that goes for people, you know, in my little sphere of the world and elsewhere. Everyone is just tribal and bloodthirsty, and I dislike that. I hate that that's what the world has turned to. We're literally watching it unfold in real time. And I get depressed about that. Never mind my personal life, just knowing the circumstances I do about my personal life and what I know is going on in the world, just my zest for life is gone. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, someone being violent for just speech, that does sound pretty horrifying, and unfortunately in some situations it does happen. In some situations it's understandable. Like, you call someone the N-word, you shouldn't be surprised if you get punched. That's really not a nice thing you've said to someone. You've dehumanized them, right? You shouldn't be surprised when you call someone need to be careful with how I say this. Sorry, I'm wanting to be chatty. Just I can't think of it. I can't think of it without accidentally stepping on a landmine, so I'm not going to. Maybe it'll come back to me in a different way if I read chat. Mr. Espy says that it's all good coin. It's not your fault. Well, some of it is. I mean, the circumstances in my personal life are mine. I've accepted that. Now, maybe the way that the world is having me adapt to it, not necessarily. Like, I'm wanting to be pragmatic about it. I want to recognize where my own flaws are, and then perhaps where, you know, the world's flaws are. I want to be pragmatic about it. I want to be real, not fake, not pick sides. I hate that. It just kind of sucks. Sorry, this went from we're having a good time to coin getting super omega existential. I'm really sorry about that. Mr. Shiny says, you're on the political left. Fair. I would say I'm on the... If I'm looking at the U.S. political compass, because that's where my basis is coming from, I am left of center. Slightly left of center. I would be called a liberal. Not a progressive, not a conservative, but liberal. You know, the people that everyone is mad at right now. And you believe being a billionaire without helping the poor is an immoral thing? Sure, but you don't search for violence, not only because of moral reasons. Fair. but also the fact that it gives us the label of villains, and the victims of violence become martyrs in some people's eyes. Precisely. Violence has unintended side effects and consequences. It's better if you can find a non-violent solution. Mr. Shiny says you very much like the system that's used in Norway. Yeah, and if people... They're economically left, politically somewhat left, but they're politically right on the things that they need to be politically on the right for. And if people really understood that, they would call them huge omega grifters. But, you know, like with immigration policy. And I'm sorry, but that's not how that works. Grift is one of those words I think has lost its original meaning. Really, truly, it has. People just do not know what words mean sometimes, and I hate that. Mr. Jason says you claim that your zest for life is gone, but Mr. Quinn, you have so many people that absolutely love you, your chat. I know. I said it before, but I hope that my previous statements about this take on a different meaning for you, Mr. Jason. But when I said earlier that this administrative work with the TCC has at least given me a reason to live, I meant that. I'll just come out and say it. And I apologize. This is trigger warning. Trigger warning. Things about to get super dark for a minute. If you don't want to hear it, tune it out. Mute the stream. You're more than fine to leave. I don't have a problem with that. But but when I had the kidney scare in October, you guys remember that, right? You know, I had a post about it. I was like, you know, hey, you know, I had to take 2 weeks to not stream and recover from that, right? I had half a thought that day when I went to the ER. I had half a thought that way to just get sepsis and die. I really did. I felt I was in that deep of a pit. I was just gonna say nothing and take it. Sepsis is an awful way to die. Like, you can see it on a person. And if you get sepsis, which sepsis, for those that don't know, it's not a disease. It is your body's severe reaction to whatever it is fighting. The reaction is what is called sepsis. People get yellow skin and it's not jaundice. Yeah, it's sepsis. If you see someone with sepsis or septic shock, they have about 12 hours to live. 12. And if they do not get treatment within 12 hours, they die. Organ shutdown is what happens. It would be if you had a heart attack. That's the best way I could describe it. Your organs start shutting down one by one. Eventually you die. I had a mind to go out like that day. You know, just not say anything, let the kidney infection fester, and be done. I'm glad I didn't, of course. All of you have given me a reason to live. I'm desperately trying to hold on to that reason. Truly. I'm fine now. But that was what was going to be in the vlog, actually. And I think I remember saying, oh, I'm working on vlog 7, you know, I'm trying to get the edits right. Then a month passes, stuff happens, and I can vlog 7 because I no longer felt that way, and I didn't really hold on to the emotion to feel that way enough to make a vlog about it, to share. Yeah, this is what that was. And I apologize for any gaps or pauses I've taken this, but I'm trying to be kind of tender about the subject matter. Parents, like I said, this is a good time to get your kid off the screen. If you hadn't heard enough already, please for the love of Hylia and everything that is holy, do not let your children listen to this. I have the stream tagged on Twitch for a reason. I probably should have, made the stream 18 plus today, but that's fine. Mr. Jason says, don't apologize, Mr. Coin. While we're discussing it, your problem shared is a problem halved. You're always welcome to discuss anything with us. I appreciate that. Truly. Well, you're getting to process stuff, and short term it seems kind of foggy, and it definitely is. It also means it's kind of working. Thanks. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat now. Mr. Jason says you had zero doubt about that, in that, Mr. Coin. Indeed. Mr. Shiny says the other word that lost its meaning is the term Nazi. Yep, Nazi, incel, those words, those also have lost their meaning. They now mean people that I disagree with. Like, that's what the functional definition is, and it's sad. You're Polish? Yep. And you know what real Nazis did to you? Yes. And I really despise people watering down words. I have not forgiven Abigail Thorne, a prominent philosophy tuber. She goes by Abigail Thorne. She used a term called language games to describe the contextual meanings that words take on when you not only use them differently, but there is a implied emotional vector that is different than the denotation or written definition of a word. I feel that particular stance did a lot of damage to language as a whole, and this was like in the 2010s. This was some time ago. And Abigail Thorne isn't the only one, and it's not like they committed some grave sin, but those words have power. They have millions or hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube. Those words reach a lot of people, and I know what they're trying to describe, but I don't think that was the lesson people took from it. No offense. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad you're discussing this, Mr. Coin. Me too, says Mr. Raspberry. Mr. Jason says, like you said earlier, problem shared as a problem halved. I do feel a lot better sharing this, but it should have happened in a recording where I could have phrased things more gently instead of, here's raw emotion, streamer is trying to mitigate that while also explaining what happened. That is a very intense struggle. Mr. Raspy says, yeah, you're incredibly grateful you're still around. You're unironically a real tough MFer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe not physically, but mentally. Mr. Jason says, of course, Mr. Coin. For one, I'm a friend of yours, but also my job is the welfare of my staff. See, dual purpose. Exactly. In fact, for what it's worth, this is the first time you're ever saying this, but I'm freaking jealous of how tough you are as a person, Mr. Coin. Believe me, you would break down. Sometimes you get overly upset for things that should be just stressing others. Well, for that, I don't have an easy reply to. All I can say is that, ascetic training. I engage in a lot of ascetic training. I'm also someone who believes very much that there is a time for mystics and a time for warriors. Prior to 2020, that was my mystic era. I was someone who was spiritual, sensual. I was someone who thought through a lot of things. When 2020 happened, and the world basically super spiraled after COVID, I feel the time right after was the time where my mystic era was over and my warrior era began, having the spirit of a warrior. And that means being stoic, pragmatic, but also managing your emotions so they don't break you. And if they do break you, get back up. At that time, I had never dealt with anything like this. you know, after the kidney scare. I apologize for the lack of gameplay today, just as like an aside. I wasn't expecting this, but just I try to hold on to the value of stoicism deeply because I know. How do I word this? I don't want to give the real world the satisfaction of having broken me. I don't. Not only... So maybe part of it is perhaps spite rather than stoicism. But... and maybe some part of it is, you know, a true southern grit or something like that. Perhaps some part of it is psychological or cultural value, and some other part of it is just me holding on. I don't really know. I'm speculating because I still haven't quite figured it out. Mr. Jason says sometimes... Oh, hold on. Mr. Aspie says, you're doing great, all things considered. You didn't end up in a gang or something, and you take responsibility and make a change pretty much whenever you can. Or if not, it's to take care of yourself. Thanks. Mr. Jason says, sometimes Mr. Coin raw emotion is necessary. I've been trying to tap into that more. It's helping. But my main way I try to cope with things is through... you know... is through compartmentalizing that. Because my raw emotions are very volatile. I hate using a reference like this. I describe my emotions like that of a Vulcan who has not undergone the meditative rites yet. They're very intense. More intense than a typical person's tends to be. And I have to go through great pains to hold them back. Because if I did just explode all over, I would have no friends, and I would have no family. I know it. I know it in my heart of hearts. So I have to restrain them. And because of that, I'm glad that I've restrained them, but it has side effects. Mr. Ratsby says, will a similar arc at some point, given how your arc has been? Fair. You don't know if you know your background story. Oh, that is being directed to Mr. Jason, so... For the record, I'm glad you're here as well, Mr. Raspy. I'm glad everyone is. That is directed at Mr. Raspy. Mr. Jason says, I wasn't sure how to explore. Right. Yeah, it was tough. But I'm hoping that some of my coaching on, like, interactions with people has paid off for you, Mr. Jason. I hope it has. Not that I, you know, directly went and coached you, but anytime we did have to discuss something like that, I hope some of the lessons that were in there rubbed off and has made you better at engaging with people in the process. And, you know, I learned things too. I'm trying to take those lessons to heart. Mr. Shiny says the fact that you're here is sheer luck and your inability to commit sewer slide in the past. Too true. We don't want to be sewer sliding. That would be bad. Yeah, you might even find a, you know, mutagenic substance down there. You might end up turning into a rat or a turtle or whatever else have you, right? Hey? Not the best time for a joke, but...
Sure, Jan.
Might as well make the reference when you can. We need that. This conversation's real serious. Mr. Espy says, yeah, you've also not had a great... Oh, that is also directed at Mr. Jason. Don't read that. Mr. Shiny says you tend to take many things emotionally, and sometimes it only took a little for you to burst down crying. For me, my emotional regulation is different. You know, for the record, it sounds like you're more of an empath than I was. I am the emotionally muted spectral. It takes a lot for me to feel certain things. It takes me a lot. If people ever wonder, oh, why do you have patience with this person? I would have already been upset. I'm like, well, I've already dealt with worse. I've dealt with schoolyard bullies, people countermanding my decisions growing up. I've dealt with people devaluing me as a person. So if all someone is doing is spitting mean words, calling me a name, or, you know, otherwise countermanding my agency in some way, I'm used to it. Not only that, but again, practicing stoicism, you know, just not giving them the satisfaction that they've affected me. They don't deserve it. Again, spite. Spite. I hate that I'm using that word, but I think it's the correct word here. You know, being stoic in the face of frustration. Mr. Jason says, I'm always up for a discussion with you, Mr. Coin. I try not to burden people with that. We all have our own problems. But I'll bear that in mind, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, behind every really nice person out there, there's quite the story. Like, there's not a heroic upheaval, but a fight in the dirt and the mud. Seems like it. I hate that seems like a true statement, but it feels like one to me. Mr. Jason says, to lighten the mood a little, you feel a little left out here. You're the only person without an amazing story? Nah. Having a boring story is good. You don't need an amazing story. These types of amazing stories would break a person. I promise you, boring is good. For once, I wished we lived in less interesting times mantra is a good thing. Mr. Jason says, but you left everyone here? Likewise. Mr. Osby says, well, if you want to explore this stuff, you can DM me. I'd say this talk has helped me, and I'm sure others too, all because all of us had some big toughies in different ways. And we've even butted heads with each other in some occasions. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, you'll spare some facts of your past, certain things you believe you want to leave behind and never come back to again. Agreed. I don't mind talking about it because I'm somewhat of an open book. There are a few things that I would not talk about. Love life is one of them, generally. You know, like really explicit, nasty things are another. You get the idea. But I feel the best way for people to interact with each other is to be honest. More than anything. I hate lies. And the most I would rather lie is one of just saying nothing. Lie by omission, not obfuscation. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, you've never had toughies, you've just been boring. Well, again, that's a good thing. That means stuff hasn't broken you. Anxiety is like one thing. Anxiety doesn't always break someone, but it being boring means that you don't have trauma, or you don't have as much trauma. It's a double-edged sword. Maybe it might not, being sympathetic or empathetic might be a little more difficult because you don't have the story, you don't have the scars, but it also gives you a perspective you don't have, that we don't have. You don't have that trauma to act as binders or blinders even. You don't have those things holding you back. And that means your disposition and interpretation of things might be a bit better. Mr. SB says, also, Coin, whenever you feel like you aren't doing enough for other people, at the very least it helps me not fall for it either. Thanks. I feel like your life has also been pretty boring, or that you are in general. Oh, I mean, if you think so, I can't be the judge of your life, but it didn't sound boring to me when you told me about it. But perhaps it might not be the case, at least not that much. That's my perspective anyway, is that it's not... It didn't sound boring to me. It sounded like you went through a lot yourself. Mr. Shiny says you're a big people pleaser due to RSD. You try to fight it sometimes, but sometimes what you feel you're doing is not enough. Yeah, I'm also a big people pleaser. I don't have RSD, but I know what that's like. I try to please everyone. It's part of my political disposition, actually. I try to make everyone happy. And sometimes you just can't do that. That took me a long time to learn. It's still a core trait of mine. I actively try to avoid conflict for this reason. It's not that I'm afraid of conflict, I just don't like it. Completely different outlook. Mr. Jason says, I get that as a good thing, Mr. Coin. I'm wanting to reassure you that you're not worse off because you're, quote unquote, as your next sentence would say, less heroic. It's pros and cons. That's all life is. Pros and cons. But people who've gone through stuff and come out stronger is more heroic in a way. But sometimes you need boring people. Won't go into too much detail, but the UK has had 14 years of clowns running the country. Yeah, you know, I say that things in the US are bad, but I'm sure things in the UK aren't that much better. You just have less emotionally unstable clowns running things. Mr. Resby says, ah, crap. I was supposed to ask if you could be blunt. I mean, just terms of service. You know, don't be an ist. Don't be a phobe. That sort of thing. And you're probably good. And also, this probably goes without saying, but just for anyone who's listening and maybe is thinking about, like, chiming in, you know, the laws on Twitch are not instead of your own country's laws on speech. So if you're a Saudi, you know, don't talk about the royal family. You know, if you're in the UK, don't slander the royal family. Don't be a racist, blah, blah, blah. Twitch rules are in addition to countries' laws. Just putting that out there as a TSA. Mr. Shiny says, with those not familiar, RSD means rejection-sensitive dysphoria. Ah. I'll have to Google that later, so I have a clearer picture of it. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you'll pay a friend a visit in their Twitch chat. Have a nice therapy session. Thanks. And thank you for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. It was good to see you. Truly, I mean that. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. If I don't get to see you again, you know, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there, my lovely senator. And with that, we're really going to... I'm going to wrap up chat, and then I'm going to return to not scaring the children for a little while, if that's all right with everyone. I got this off my chest. I needed to get it off my chest. I also need to make a vlog about it now that I've, like, re-uttered the words so that people have better insight in a more dedicated video. And it also helps me. It's not just... I don't just make the vlogs for you guys. I make them for myself. But, I would definitely like to not... I would not like to stay on this conversation forever. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin. Although Brits talk crap about the UK anyway. I've heard. I just have to use coded words. People getting arrested for tweets and stuff like that. I hate that. Mr. Resby says, well, it seems like it was productive. It was. It was. I feel a lot better now that I've said that. This is stuff that I don't usually even... I know, what I'm about to say sounds weird, and it should be weird. It's illogical and irrational, but for me, this is stuff I've not, you know, said to family too much, right? You would sort of think I would want to say this to family and keep it out of the internet, right? but saying it here helps me say it better in the other places I need to say it at. It's something that's irrational, and to a neurotypical person, it very much is irrational. But it makes some sense to me, and that's what I'm choosing to do. Perhaps to the chagrin of my family and friends who would prefer that I, you know, if something happened, you know, talk to them. But that's not how my brain is working. That's not how my brain works. I need to, like, wrestle with things for a while, and then, you know, I can share it. If this is me sharing my, you know, L as a man, then so be it. It makes sense to you, says Mr. Raspy. Indeed. And for those that I've scared off with this conversation, I'm truly sorry. This sometimes the streams get this way. We talk about existential issues and then it gets personal. Mr. Raspy says, but to be fair, you would actively challenge any of you to show or tell me something that you've done or thought that would surprise me or sound incongruent. Fair. Mr. Jason says you can't speak for everyone, but you have the assurance you're not going to be judged speaking your mind here. At least from your regulars, I appreciate that. You know, politics aside, of course. That's always a sensitive topic. Same to the chat. Welcome on in, Mr. Fank. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We've been staring at this logbook for like an hour, and that's as much as I want to say about that. Otherwise, we've been cleaning up the Gerudo Canyon. We have 62 Koroks left to find before it is well and truly over. Before we're done collecting Koroks, period. Hopefully. Mr. Raspy says, talking to tens of people regularly, especially deep talks, I can tell you, man, almost nothing is that wild to me. Right. Fent says, do you remember LOL Broek? I do vaguely remember them, yes. Why? What's up? Research log day 1. According to Toro, the characters carved into the stone slab read as follows. The dragon ring slumbers in the labyrinth's depths. Wake it, and ye shall receive due compensation. Now that Toro's gone off to examine the other ruins, I have no choice but to tough out the rest of this research alone. Fence says he's sorry, or Lol Broek says he's sorry to me? Why? I imagine it was something that got him banned, right? Probably. Mr. Asby says more so you could somewhat read what's behind if it's someone you interact with enough. Just saying that you were in this odd situation where ... and while that conversation is cooking, you have no choice but to tough out the rest of this research alone. I'll leave a trail of acorns and nuts behind so you don't get lost. Okay. That's pretty straightforward stuff. And we have... Oh, right. We didn't go this way. We went here. And it's at night even, so we can even do this fast. So in like more, I guess, and perhaps a bit more entertaining news, did any of you guys hear about Claire Obscure getting its reward? Or its game award revoked? There's been huge discussion on the internet about it. I was curious to see if anyone else had paid attention to it. Mr. Raspy says, situation where I basically just patiently wait for things to unfold over months. Research log day 2. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna say. You've searched each passage one by one and haven't found anything. But you've got a good feeling about this last one. The only thing keeping me from exploring it now is the late hour. I'll try to contain my excitement and get some sleep. So you say, are the nuts... The nuts have to be... Actually, where are they? Are they further along this way? I need to find where the acorns are. Where the wild things are even. Equip this, and I want a Korok frond here. Yes. Fent says yes, he got banned and he's friendly. If he's saying he's sorry, that's cool. I will see about giving him another chance. However, if slip-ups like happen again, yes, YouTube, I'm aware I need to sign in. Sorry, I can't manage this without doing a bunch of app checks, so 1 second. If it happens again, the ban is permanent. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, he shouldn't even be banned. Oh, nope, there he is. All right. Come on, YouTube, I need you to work with me. Okay, I'll just widen the window. Okay. He is unbanned. If he wants to speak, he's more than welcome. But like I said, whatever the offense was, and I sort of don't remember, but I assume it was for a decent reason, I don't want to see it again. Period. Only warning. Mr. Rasby says, the first 1 to 2 years you were constantly infuriated because I thought if you were to just say logically how things work that it would fix things, but that's not the case. Right. You're the best, Mr. Coin, says Mr. Fent. No problem, Mr. Fent. And that goes for a Lol Broic as well. No problem. It's just I forgive relatively easily on most things. But if it keeps happening, I'm going to assume people are being insincere and we're quite literally just using it to offend again. Like, don't test that. That's all I ask. That might be a bit tough for you, Mr. Rasby, because that's like cross-platform. I don't know if you've got a YouTube account. You probably do, but you'd have to like engage on that, and I'm not sure you could. Or I'm not sure that would be, not that you couldn't, but it wouldn't be easy. Making sure I read over this. Yeah, I hate to like bring him up again, not because he's a bad person or anything, just you know, I bring him up all the time. There's this YouTuber, his name is Josh Strifes Hayes, and I like what he says regarding like, you know, debating and dealing with people, where usually what he says is in a lot of cases what you're not at, what your argument could be logically correct or sound or whatever. I'm paraphrasing here, but if someone doesn't like you, they're not going to like the logical argument that you're saying, period. They're just gonna quite literally, all your words will do is boomerang them further into what they believe. Like if someone said, you know, I really like, I don't know, I'm forgetting the name of the band. Let me think of a different one. Actually, let me use an actor. I like Ryan Reynolds' work as like Deadpool or whatever. And I just straight up out of the gate said, did you know that Ryan Reynolds, during like direction of a movie, him and another man caused a female black stunt double to be overworked and too tired. So when she went to drive back home, she died in a crash. Yeah, My sibling shared that story with me. Now, my reaction to that is to say, ugh, disgusting, awful. And I hope that Ryan Reynolds and people of that sort receive due justice for indirectly causing someone to die through overworking them and being generally mean and dismissive to them. I hope there's some amount of justice for that in the form of legal fees or jail time. But if I said that to someone and that someone just started with, I like Ryan Reynolds' work, they would not say, oh, that's interesting. Ew, I'm sorry that happened. Maybe I'll rethink my evaluation on Ryan Reynolds. They're going to turn to you and say, ooh, you know what? I don't like this conversation. Can we move on? And if you keep pressing it, instead what you'll find is that person's just going to ignore what you have to say. Even no matter how true it is, no matter how logical it is, it doesn't matter. It's the emotional... It is the emotional component of the problem. It is the reputational component of the problem that's an issue. And that is what basically 90% of arguments are. At least when he made that clip about it, when he spoke about it. That wasn't the example he used, it's the example I'm using to communicate the same point. You get what I'm saying? Mr. Jason says, not even being pessimistic, Mr. Coin, your life has been incredibly boring and uneventful. I mean, I want good events to happen. I hope bad events don't happen. Let me put it that way. I want your life to be eventful and happy, not, you know, eventful and traumatizing. That would be bad. Mr. Jason says, but I love it. You love life, as you should. Life is the only thing people should be getting high on. High on life. I often describe life like a drug, and it is the best drug. It's got incredible highs, incredible lows, but you're sober and lucid through the whole thing. The whole thing. And you get to form real neural connections during all of it. They're not masked by, chemicals or other things. Mr. Jason says your happiness comes from your family and friends. Good. I hope that continues. Welcome back, Lol Broic. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm gonna let whatever happened, be a bygone thing. Let's not discuss it again. Water under the bridge. Deal? Mr. Jason says you generally have a good life, and so you leave your DMs open to anyone who may be struggling, and they're welcome to that. Well, Brook says, be friendly. Thank you. That's really all I can ask for. Be genuine, be yourself, but be polite. And we'll be just fine. And also, typical terms of service things. Don't be an ist, don't be a phobe. Be polite. And I even if someone else is breaking TOS, you do not have to return the favor. That's really all I ask. I can work through people spoiling things, etc., etc. You want to sub to you? Well, I mean, I assume you did. If you're not banned, you should be able to subscribe again. You just won't get an alert for it. That's all. Also, I think I figured out what the and this is just like an aside. This is completely random. I think I might have figured out what the problem with StreamerBot is, and that is the bot account that I'm using to issue commands does not have moderator on my YouTube channel, and so because it doesn't have moderator, it'll like spit out some things as a message, but it won't actually spit out some other things that it needs to do. It's really strange. So I'm gonna fiddle with StreamerBot tonight and see if I can't get it to work accordingly. Also, while I'm here, let me find the... Was this a side quest? Dang. Okay, I don't think we've hit a quest yet. Which means we're just gonna have to keep moving. Mr. Jason says that is similar to Twitch, Mr. Coin. If a bot isn't modded, it is restricted in what it can do. The thing is I thought I gave it mod clearance, though. So, because I thought I did that, I thought, you know, everything was kosher. I didn't realize something was broken before. It was spitting out messages. I thought it worked. I guess that wasn't the case. Mr. Espy says, on the ban matter, you wanted to say that the community you got removed from taught you that sometimes people just aren't that compatible, and that's fine as well. Yeah. Sometimes people are just grossly incompatible, and that just has to be fine. I fear we want to be going from the backside here. Let me try to, like, find some spot to come in from. I did not need to use that power. You know what I can do? And since we've seen 2 logs so far... as I can, like, kind of cheat. We haven't yet... Oh, hello. What the heck is this? Are we about to find a goodie up here? No, of course not. It's just weird, interesting designed architecture. But that's still cool that I got to see it. You learned that the very hard way. I hate saying this, but it's the truth. Pain is the best. Pain and experience are truly the best teachers. It sucks. You can't learn if you're compatible with a potential partner unless you ask them out on a date and you learn that there are things about them that you don't like. There are things that you fundamentally disagree with. You can't learn truths about people if you're not vulnerable. It sucks. It stinks. But it's the truth. As a STEM major... It is as someone who is like generally wired toward the sciences and not so much the humanities. This is the sort of thing that took me a long time to learn. I'm a people forward person, but I wasn't necessarily good at dealing with people. Mr. Fence says, oh, that is directed at Mr. Lolbroick, so I will not be reading that. But yes, everyone should be good to go now. Mr. Jason said... Oh, hold on. I'll just read this and then reply. Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. Zero tolerance to a fault. I try not to be zero tolerance. Because you never know what kind of day someone is having, but sometimes it's just the right call. Mr. Resby says you always just click with some people and not click with others. Right. But not clicking should not mean anything more than disagreements. It should not mean strife, war, competition. There's a difference in that. Mr. Jason says, and you have the ability to remove even a director, so go when goodness helps anyone, you know, being a jerk on any level. Too true. But most of the people we've curated are not jerks. Most of them. And yes, Wavies. Hello to both Mr. Fent and Lolbroick. Mr. Esby says, in the previous community, whenever you were vulnerable, you felt kind of judged and called out kind of directly. Not always, but it's how you felt. Mr. Rasby says, well, oh, that is directed at Mr. Jason, but yeah, you know, I was a different person back then. Yes, Mr. Rasby and I do in fact have a somewhat complicated history. but the hatchet on that history was buried a long time ago. Long time ago. And I'm not going to bring it up further than that. So we want to be... It's like here, right? Yeah, I can see the grating. There's the grating. So this is the grating here. You can just sprint across this, right? Yes. You can sprint across this. This grate is supposed to open. Oh, hello. Hello, Phantom Ganon. Nice to see you again. Aemon, this one's for you, buddy. Can you give me a second? What sort of thing are we fighting? A spear user. Gotcha. Ow. Okay, that's really... I gotta focus. That's just a... I should... Basically, when he lifts his hand, I should already be dodging. Almost. There. Or, like, right after he lifts his hand. It's a very small window. Phantom Ganons are fast attackers. What can I say? You can kind of just take hits if you're not careful. Smooth criminal. That is a huge reach. Bye. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, for example, you've built your TCC to where it exudes a very real sense of power and authority, and directors serve at my discretion. You can relieve them of duties at any point for any reason, so anyone being unwelcoming or generally a jerk will be removed from the TCC. You have to personally curate or vet anyone who joins. And Mr. Coin, as a small random aside, I do rather love being able to refer to it as your TCC or board. Sure, founders perks, precisely. Lolbrook says, why is everyone on Twitch? I stream to 2 platforms. Number 1, Lolbrook. That's the first thing. The second thing is, not only do I stream to 2 platforms, but I was also a Twitch streamer first, which is to say, I've been streaming on Twitch a lot longer than I've been making content on YouTube. There were some years where making content on YouTube wasn't even a candle in my eye, or like I did it very, 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 very sporadically. And a lot of my native audience is over on Twitch. But I am getting to be a bigger YouTube. I am getting to be, or to have a bigger YouTube audience. And I'm always thankful for that. Oh, I think I see where. It's like through here. We need to find an opening. It's like through here. Slide over. Climb up slightly. Jump up. Okay. Yeah, TCC will always be yours. Absolutely, Mr. Jason. I'm hoping I can make that possession of yours a bit better once the, or like perform a bit better and a bit more smoothly when the new year, comes. And yes, also all of my moderation staff, is on Twitch, but I do have the same moderation staff on YouTube as well. They all have accounts over on my YouTube channel. They can come, you know, dispense verdict if I need them to do so. Okay, this is... I think it's got to be like an internal passageway I'm not seeing. Probably back over here where we were earlier. I think. Maybe here. Nice. Strong Zonite shield that I don't need. Ooh, I'm kind of... running low on time. I need to try to, like, push these castles, though. Lol Brook says you're changing your name. Very well. Ooh, I think I might possibly be finding where we're gonna be going next. Like, through here, right? Yeah, okay, there's an acorn. There's an acorn. We need to find the other acorns, maybe through here. No, I just wrapped back around is what I did. Okay. I need to find where was that acorn again? Here? Okay, follow this. I'm sure I, like, went off the acorn trail at some point. Ah, here we are. Day 4. I can't believe I'm writing this, but I'm standing in front of ancient Zonai ruins. What a tremendous discovery. This makes the terror and uncertainty of getting here completely worth it. It's just a shame for me that I have no idea what these ruins are, but I'll head back and report to people who might. I see. This is the chasm. And this, for you who conquered this labyrinth of the land, I, the ruler of boars, have unlocked a door. Hey. Find it on the north side of the labyrinth in the sky. Boar, door. Maybe we'll find that joke on the border between funny and unfunny.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Resby says, talking about punishment for someone being a jerk feels kind of bad to me. Holbrook says, my new name is Nintendo Wii U _ Wii U. Very well. I assume that's going to be hard to remember. I'm going to hope that you're able to change your YouTube name to match that sooner rather than later. Lolbroic / Nintendo Wii U, but I'll try to remember that that's what you're called. Punishment is probably just seems like a strong word, and I guess it sort of is. Especially with, I know my plosives are incredibly strong, so when I say punishment, and I inflect it a certain way, I have a tendency to inflect angrily when I say it. Yeah, that's negative. I could say punitive response or some other word, but the point is, the right have to be discussed, right, being serious problem, have the swift authority to get rid of a serious issue, right. We have a process, we do. Mr. Resby says the way it's being talked about feels kind of uncooperative, especially the zero fault tolerance part. It feels bad because you've been that jerk dude basically most of your life until that event. I try not to be zero tolerance. I can't speak for how I'll have to handle the TCC. I'm hoping I can bring somewhat of the lack of zero tolerance into my authoritative, or into my style of leadership. I try to understand and meet people where they're at, rather than tell them this is how things are going to be, as much as I'm able to. Because I am generally of the philosophy zero tolerance is bad. Like, it's not something you want to practice. If you can at all help it. As it's better to compromise and come up with solutions to things. within reason, but anytime I say within reason, you know, that's just code for it's contextual more than anything else. But I'm hoping once things start getting resolved, and, you know, as I continue to live my life, I continue to employ a lack of zero tolerance, try to have some compassion for people, humanity even, if I could use that word. Try to be human, especially when we deal with enough inhuman suffering as is. People really don't have a high amount of tolerance for nonsense these days anyway. So it's just better if, you know, zero tolerance. I'm gonna collect that medallion. Yes, that is perfectly fine. You can just go here. Mr. Jason says most of your sweeping powers typically activate after a very high threshold anyway. And if Mr. Coin wishes to navigate differently, you won't stifle him. I appreciate that. Though I do want to work within your authoritative... Not authoritative, that's the wrong word. Assertive. There we go. Assertive policies. And of course, what I do in the TCC is in fact different than what I would do on my channel, of course. But that should go without saying. Welcome back, Nintendo Wii U. Nice to see the name change. Did not take long at all. Let me ask, because I'm curious. Do you feel better with that name? Does it feel more fitting or natural? Nintendo Wii U. I'm gonna have to refer to you in your full name, if you don't mind, because I have to separate you when I'm talking about Nintendo stuff. I have to separate you from actually Nintendo, so I can't just call you Nintendo. I'd love to do that. But Nintendo Wii U is a fitting and fine name. You can call me Wii U. Can't do that either, I'm afraid. But if I need to do that in a pinch, I will remember that you have said that. So thank you. Because what if I talk about the Wii U? I can't be referring to the Wii U console or the Wii U name. Or Mel. Might call you Mel. I'll try to refer to you as your username unless we start talking about Nintendo stuff. How's that sound? And as far as Mel is concerned, is it said like mall, but instead of mall, it's Mel, and that second E is silent? Is it melee? Like melee? Just so I have a clear understanding of that name. I don't want to butcher it if I can help it. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, you just kind of have your own stuff around that topic. Your own perspective, right? We all do. I used to be very much a low tolerance kind of guy. And in some scenarios, I still am. You know, I can be... The South Lomai Prophecy. At the entrance to the giant ruin floating in the sky above Eastern Gerudo region, the Eastern Gerudo region even, you heard a voice once again. The voice told you to activate the 4 terminals hidden within the lab. Ah, everyone's favorite thing. We're gonna finish off the castles and or I should say the labyrinth, and we'll call it a stream after that. How's that sound? Because I know I'm over time already. Okay, we gotta figure out how to move from one to the other. Got plenty of stamina to work with. Maybe let me... Oh, we can't climb this. We can't climb this. That's right. You can't climb in the sky labyrinth. All right. Nope, nothing down there. Gotta just keep going. We'll eventually find the one I'm supposed to access first. Mr. Jason says, you'll rephrase better. If someone acts outside of what is appropriate in the TCC, unless it is something serious, like a hate raid. We take the process of the board, we'll discuss the best way to deal with the situation and work with said person. You're just obligated to say you can veto the board. But that is reserved for very rare occasions when you deem it necessary. Sure. Okay, we drop down. Dive down. Go up like this. Okay, I have found our access point. Very good. I was wondering where we were going to type that. You type Mela, but you called Melu. Oh, it's your real name. Okay. Melu. I want to make sure I got that right. I hope I won't have to refer to you in your real name. I know that's a sensitive point of order for a lot of people. Especially because it has the potential to dox someone. Especially if your name is unique. Like some hackers can figure that out really quick. But Nintendo Wii U will work fine for my purposes for the most part. And I'll remember to it's hard to remember. I don't think I'll forget. You type yeah, Melu. Exactly. I shan't forget that. I can even put notes around your user profile if I need to. It's actually a pretty nice thing I can do. I put up lots of notes on people. To make sure that there are certain things I don't forget. Mr. Raspy says, I think a big reason for your feeling a lot of anxiety about it, it's because of the community you got shunted from. The Discord said by Mr. Jason is pretty similar to that, but they weren't really following it. Right, they were being hypocritical. Or, put another way, personal. They were being personal with you. Even if they were saying the words, that wasn't what they were... That's not how they were behaving. They were behaving very personal. That's something I very, very... That's something I very, very much try not to bring. When I used to be a founder of a science club on a college campus, so I had to deal with this then too. I was also a raid leader before that, and I dealt with leading people a lot. I try not to bring my emotions into things. I try not to react. I try to listen. Because I know when the situation was the other way around, people didn't do that with me. So I learned. I learned what not to be. I carried it over when I was the founder of that science club, here with my own channels, and elsewhere. For precisely that reason. Yeah, it's the people applying the rules. Exactly. I'm kind of reading all this. It seems like the discussion is largely happening between Mr. Raspy and Mr. Jason, if I'm reading that right. And let me know if I've got it wrong, of course. You could just be talking in generally speaking, in which case I'll read it. Nintendo Wii U says, if you forgot it, I'll remember it for you, I think is what you were wanting to say there. I've got it. It's Melu. But hopefully I won't need to use that. We can just use Nintendo Wii U. That works for like 99% of cases. You just generally believe, Mr. Coin? Very well. Yeah, but I'm going to make darn sure that the TCC is being reasonable. But we already do that anyway. This is just, me stating my stance on the record. Mr. Raspy says you think it's fine how they acted. They have the right to do it. Sure. I mean, anyone can act any way they want, and they are legally within rights to do it as long as the laws allow them to do it. You know, what you just uttered right there, Mr. Rasby, is the basis for something called the Force Doctrine. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's basically this idea, this is for anyone else who maybe doesn't know. The Force Doctrine is the people have rights as long as people are willing to enforce those rights. And if you don't enforce those rights, then you shouldn't be surprised when someone tramples all over them because you aren't willing to use the necessary force to maintain them, more or less. I take issue with the Force Doctrine, but I get why. It's the underlying underpinning of how human societies work. It's the implied understanding we don't often state because there's no real reason to say it other than to be intimidating or just generally be a jerk. But it's the truth. That's what that reminds me of. The elephant in the room, Mr. Aspie says, me and them just weren't that compatible, and you have a pattern of keep coming back to that. Oh, I'm sorry, did I... Riju, I need you not to do this right now. Mr. Jason says, I wish you could change your... You wish you could change your name, but you've got an entire brand now? Nice! I mean, yeah, you have a brand. That's nice. It sucks, but that's the truth. Well, come on in, Michael DS. Sorry it took me a second to see and read that. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well and body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are overtime, but we are in the midst of doing the final labyrinth in the game, more or less. How are things over in your side of the world? I hope they're going well for you. We are otherwise doing just fine. Mr. Rusby says, yeah, had a bit of an issue following it, but to clarify, you think it was my responsibility to also not try to keep spending time there? You didn't know. You couldn't have known. Or, to put it another way, you are... How do I word this? Perhaps you could have seen that, but that is hindsight speaking, right? That is hindsight. Of course we would have acted better in hindsight. We all would. But you couldn't have known. You couldn't have known what to do. There were always going to be... Not always going to be... How do I word this? This is going to take me a while to word. Dealing with people is messy. Really messy. And it's the reason why it's a humanity and not the art. Not the art of the thing. Sorry, what? I don't even know what I just said. Relationships are humanity for a reason and not a science. More than anything else. If they could be a science, I would be a lot better at it. Michael DS asks, what are you guys talking about? Oh, various things. This kind of spiraled from one big, really deep, dark discussion that I shan't repeat. But basically a lot of our conversations are dealing with human nature right now. Hold on. Oh, I think I just spotted it. Oh no, that's this. Hold on, I gotta think a second. Where was this? Oh, here. Literally right here. Got it. Let me just do this for each side. But right now, I guess to more specifically answer your question, Michael DS, we're talking about one of Mr. Raspy's interactions with a Discord community in which he got thrown out. He got banned. And we kind of been talking about interactions between people, what zero tolerance policies are, what they mean, and how that relates to other things. But it's mostly a Twitch Discord type discussion. I hope that answers the question. I'm sure it might still be somewhat nebulous, but that's my attempt at explaining it anyway. You got it? Very well, Mr. Michael DS. Sir Raspy says, because we had conflicts across the time and felt disconnected there for time as well. Makes sense. Mr. Coin can vouch for me as well, but for what it's worth, I don't know if you would want the role, but you value him to the level of a TCC director similar to Mr. Coin. Right, highest level of respect. Definitely love to have Mr. Raspy's opinions. No, you haven't missed anything. I'm gonna leave that discussion between the two of you, though. Because that was something that you two just kind of started talking about together. I'm glad that I'm aware of the discussion, but as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Jason, you are the carriage driver. You are in the driver's seat. And I wish you the best of luck with that discussion. You can chain me in if you want, but I will probably just be an observing party unless you need something from me. Welcome on in, NK Place. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of cleaning up the Gerudo Canyon, and we are in the last labyrinth of the entire game. I'm a bit over time, of course. Even with the late start, I'm a bit over time, but I'm determined to see this labyrinth through until the end, because I think I owe it to everyone after what happened today. And besides, if anyone's worried about, wait, what? Where's your dinner? Aren't you supposed to have dinner? Dinner's leftovers tonight. We had ribs 2 days ago. We have tons of leftovers. We need to eat them in preparation for tomorrow, because people are going to bring us leftovers anyway. People are going to leave their food at the Christmas party, so we might as well have an empty fridge. So, more or less, we don't want to waste food. And for those that maybe don't know, I generally enjoy ribs. I hate the bones, though. The only reason I do not eat ribs often is because of the bones. I hate picking around the bones. It's a messy eat. I do not like being a messy eater. I get dirty, I get filthy. The sauce, a lot of the ribs that I end up eating are wet. They stick to my fingers. It's an unfun time. But that doesn't mean I dislike ribs. I just don't like eating them. Mr. NK Places, yes, labyrinths are good and bad. We're on the easy labyrinth. We had the hard labyrinth earlier. I think the labyrinths are a fine use of, like, architecture in the game. I wish there were one more of them. It kind of is silly that there are only 3 of them, but meh, nothing to do about that. This is probably around back, I think, or down below, and I need to find the hole for it. Well, let me think about this. Oh, it's up here. Huh? Okay, we floated way past it. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Sorry. Mr. NK Places 100% agree, but you also don't want to pick off all the meat around the bone. Yeah, then you get into gristle, right? Mr. Raspy says you really do like pork ribs. Sorry, I totally missed chat there. But you tend to feel awful after them because your stomach is pretty sensitive. That's me with tomatoes. I love tomatoes, but because of the way my digestive system is now, I know that nightshade gives me problems, and tomatoes and potatoes are relatives of the nightshade family. I cannot, or like they're within the nightshade family. I cannot have a terrible amount of them. Potatoes are okay. Tomatoes really get me though. Really get me really good. So now I'm forced to say, tomatoes are a punishment meal for me. Anything with tomatoes, tomato sauce, tomato paste, whatever. A salad, yeah, it's a punishment meal. I eat it knowing full well I'm going to be in pain later, and how much pain depends on how much of it I eat. Mr. Jason says, you still find it funny, Mr. Coin? Most people... Oh, Madalie's the CEO. That's the top of the company. Mr. Jason says... And then Mr. Jason says, you might want to scroll up that list just a little more, my good friend. I figured there was probably going to be a three-party discussion about that. Michael Diaz says you haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom yet. Understandable. It's a long game. And if you don't have a ton of time for it, well... You know, it's understandable that you're not giving Tears of the Kingdom its time. Especially if you're 100%ing it. It takes a long time to do everything. A really long time. You're easily spending 100 hours just to do it all. The actual length of the game is like 75 hours? If you're going for 100%, if I remember right. If I remember my figure right. Which I probably am not. So you can spend a long time in that. Or maybe I'm thinking that's just for the main story. I'd have to look it up again. But I know that you have to spend triple the amount of time in Tears of the Kingdom to go for 100% compared to the main story. Michael Diaz says, speaking of food, you're eating your favorite food right now? Yum. Oh, that sounds awesome. What food is it? If and you don't mind my asking. Because if you've told it to me, I have probably forgotten since our last discussion. Sorry. A lot of stuff happened this month. Sir Jason says you don't do any official business without the incoming executive president, and coin will be better. I ain't deciphering context you might... Right, of course. Michael Diaz says, no, you're not even doing 100%. Valid. Totally valid. I get that 100%. The 100% experience for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is not for everyone. Or, you know, you just don't have to do stuff like that. It doesn't even have to be deep. Well, come on in, Xander Root. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on the tail end of a stream, my fine friend. We are in the midst of gearing up to clean the labyrinth. The labyrinth in the labyrinth in the sky and the chasm before calling it a day. Okay, let's do this. Kind of a buoy system. Oh, right. We had to slip through an opening last time. That's right. Also, I should be wearing my glide set for this. That was real silly of me. Okay, our last one is here. Okay, cool. NK Play says, yeah, you heard the main story is, oh, yeah, it's 75 hours minimum on a casual playthrough. But some very impressive speedrunners can 100% maybe, can in maybe 20 hours, more or less. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin is on track to completing the game in 175 hours. That's 75 hours of story and 100 hours of yapping, but we love it. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Mr. Jason, I appreciate your flattery, but let me show you. Nope, that is incorrect. I've played it for 460. We have not beaten the game yet. I'm flattered that you think we've only spent 175 hours in this. And some of that is grinding, sure, but a lot more of it was either idling in game or, you know, streaming. Like, we really have spent that long in here. So no, it's gonna be a bona fide, like, 600 hours before we finish, at least. I can just feel it. But and I do appreciate people loving that. Michael Diaz says it's hard to explain because you don't have a specific translation. That's fine. A description works just as well. It is rice, small slices of chicken, corn, tomato sauce, and carrot. I think that's a good way to name it. In English, it could be rice and chicken, maybe. Ooh, it sounds like a goulash. A goulash is like a casserole that's cooked in a pot, basically, is what that is. It's or like a stew or a soup. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, not gonna lie. I would probably even eat the tomatoes, even if they did give me a hard time. Mr. Jason says, I see. So that's 60 hours of gameplay and 400 hours of yapping. Gotcha. In truth, I imagine at least 100 of those hours is in fact just solid having the game open, doing nothing, and talking. You're probably more on it than you know, Mr. Jason. Which, oh God, have I truly messed it up? I might have. Let's dive back up. Dive through here. Okay, and then I might need to reorient myself after that. So going through here. So how do I get to this other direction then? Is that just this way? Mr. NK says if you want to start a new game after New Year's, then maybe you should start multitasking a little bit and get some recipes done and complete the Hyrule Compendium if you haven't completed it. I don't necessarily need to start a new game after the new year. It's fine if we're still here. You know, we didn't actually start Tears of the Kingdom until February? Something along those lines, right around February. But even so, I'm in it for a long time, and hopefully a good time as well. We got a lot left on the plate to do, but I have been grinding as well. There are some enemies, some elites that, elites? Did I just say elites? Field bosses, Lionels, Hinoxes, and stuff that I have, you know, killed in my spare time. Strank says, let me check when you started Tears of the Kingdom. You can probably do that, yes. In fact, you could probably pull up my playlist on YouTube and see when the first video started. I could be misremembering when we started. It would be episode 1. You don't even have to look super far. But if we started sooner than February, okay, so be it. Mr. Fent asks, who is Mr. Nintendo Wii U? That's Lol Broek, Mr. Fent. Okay, another gap we gotta slip through, that's fine. Okay, and then we go topside, right? Michael DS, but yeah, but the part of tomato sauce, you mean you have a small amount? The tomato sauce is put on the cooking, you know, just for seasoning and the rice. The rice looks orange after that. Okay, so what you're describing to me, I know it has no translation, so I'm not trying to like get the word or anything. That's not what I'm trying to guess. I'm trying to like find a equivocal point of comparison. That sounds like minestrone soup. Minestrone is like a tomato-based soup, and sometimes it has beef in it. It's got like beef, peas, tomato sauce, or soup. Sometimes green beans, and other stuff as well. Mr. NK says, from what I'm seeing, you started about May or June, says 6 months ago on the start of a new prophecy. Fair. Okay, so yeah, even later than that. We have plenty of time. I would be a little worried if it took us a year. Fent says, bye. Very well, Fent. Thank you for, Mr. Fent. Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate your company. As always, good to see you. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, you know, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says you're heading off, Mr. Coin. Well, you won't discuss what Mr. Rasby is saying here. I can definitely say you're not parsing it too well. So you definitely need me. Maybe tomorrow? Sure. Thank you so much for, you know, hanging out with me today, Mr. Jason, and for bearing with that really incredible pain point of a conversation. That was really difficult to talk about, I'm sure. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. Was good to see you. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe, rest well, and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Fent says, I'm going to sleep. Very well. Rest well, Mr. Fent. Rest well and have a good sleep. You know, the Lord knows that we all need sleep these days. You know, especially given how fast the world wants us to operate these days. Oh, man. I'm getting a teensy bit of a headache. So I'm pretty glad that we are diving into the depths for this one. I was going to be concerned if we were going 5 or 6 hours. Yes, I'm aware that you want me to prove my courage, video game. I promise I have plenty of it. We've dealt with very hideous-looking insectoid queen monster thing named Gibdo Queen. I'm quite sure I have plenty of courage. Michael Diaz says, you saw here pictures, not a soup. Right, I'm trying to compare what you're saying versus what I know. What you describe, I get what you're describing is not a soup. I know it's not minestrone. I'm saying that's what it reminds me of. It's not a soup. Think about a plate of orange rice, small slices of chicken, some corn some corns mixed, peas, and some carrots. Yeah, that's just a goulash. And again, goulash is just a fancy it's a fancy mix of things. Michael DS, if and you want, good sir, you're on my Discord. You can there should be a food gallery in the picture, or a place to post food in the picture gallery. You're more than welcome to post a picture of the food in there, and kind of go from there, or maybe an article in general chat or something, whatever fits your fancy. And it might even be worth discussing in the Discord. I'd love to have such a discussion, actually. Only if you feel up to it, of course. I don't want to force you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. Mr. Jason says, in essence, Mr. Coin to Mr. Rasby, seniority matters, but we're not going to be bossy. Directors can push back in board meetings. We encourage that. Right. Mr. NK Play says you could try to make a prediction based on how many Koroks there are. It'll be inaccurate, but you'll try and make a prediction if you want. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just probably not going to, like, put, I wouldn't put stock in it. You know, especially if things happen to me or I miss stream days or just something along those lines. Because we actually probably would have been beyond this point already if this last month hadn't been I miss a stream 1 day a week. That's pretty much how it's worked out so far. Michael Diaz says you will post there for me to see. Understood. Oh, let me read this. You activated the 5th and final terminal atop the labyrinth floating in the sky above the eastern Gerudo region. A voice said from high above to far below, prove your courage by diving into the depths of the earth. The final way shall open to you. Ah, yes. You guys ready for this? Let's go. We can even speedrun this, speedrun the dive here because we can literally just negate the fall damage. Good stuff, honestly. Nice. Let me not use one of those and instead use this. And swap gear. Okay, so we know what awaits us down here. Usually it's usually there's like some construct we have to navigate and then we go get a light route, like once we defeat it, which I think would be here, right? Also, sometimes there are treasure chests that we can find if we look in the right place. Don't forget to have your rest, though, Mr. Jason. That is important. Michael Diaz says you can post in the All-Knowing Picture Club. Of course you can. The All-Knowing Picture Club is the gallery. You'll click on that, Michael Diaz, and there will be a number of forums, a number of sub-posts that you can see. You can find the one labeled food and post in there, or you can make a new post. Up to you. No tagging, no extra frills required. Just post in there if you've got a picture in there. Absolutely. I didn't think there would be boxes to lift in here, but whatever. Sure. Ah, this is where they put all the treasure chests. Soldier Force Spear. Nice. Very nice. Turns out this labyrinth might have a bit more to it than I realized. Or maybe this was just the treasures speaking. Here's another one. Anything going on up there? No, not particularly. Ooh, nice. Can I get rid of something? Maybe? This is probably the time to get rid of... What do I get rid of? Maybe the Captain's Spear? That's fine. I hope we don't find too many more weapons, honestly. Surely the enemy has to be through here. We just made a giant circle as what happened. Okay. Oh, never mind. Up here. Alrighty. Good. I'm glad we could find this. Ah. Literally take a left or a right and we would have had it. Got it. Alright. Let's focus up and kill ourselves probably a level 3 flux construct. And that should hopefully go by pretty darn fast. Come on, Mr. Construct. We were literally right there. Get out of here. Bye. Wow, that was stupid good. I was expecting it to put up a fight. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Let's see. I know the perfect thing to attach this to. Brutal. 72 spear club thing. I guess we'd call that a pole arm, wouldn't we? Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. You who have traversed the labyrinth of the depth. This trial was a test of your talents. In overcoming it, you have shown yourself to be strong of body, skill, and mind. In my name as the ruler of boars, I commend your achievement and offer a fitting reward. Armor wreathed in otherworldly evil, hidden away since the days of old. Take it now. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, it's so fancy. We don't even know. The labyrinths of the eastern Gerudo region were trials to test the talents of those who entered, built by someone calling themselves the ruler of boars. Ganon? Question mark? You don't understand any more than that. If anything, this experience has only deepened the mystery. Don't worry. We won't waste too much more time. Michael DS says you posted there? Nice. Da-da-da-da-da. Some believe this eerie mask is inspired by a malevolent entity. It's a rather rare find. Very well. And we, of course... Oh, this would be the ladder to the other side. Michael Diaz says, oh, now you saw the food thread. You'll move your post. Very well. I'll know to look there. I want people to be aware that you don't have to put things in the threads or posts that I make. I do that for organizational purposes. If you want to, like, make your own post, you can do that. I'm not gonna get mad or upset that you do that at all. That kind of eliminates the whole purpose of people being free to make forum posts. And that's really about all I have to say about that. Okay, 1, 2, and the light route should be basically right here. Because this would be the place where you dive in, and so the light route would be up here. Nice. I'll probably talk about the food in the Discord post itself, or in the thread itself, because I know we're running low on time. Michael DS says you like to organize things as well. Good man. Organization makes things easier most of the time. Or at least more structured, maybe not necessarily easier. Though I like to think it makes things easier. Structure's a good thing, generally speaking. It can be stifling, but it is otherwise a good thing in most other respects. I know we sort of did things a little bit out of order. But I'm hoping that won't be too much of an issue. I just like to do things in one nice, neat package. I just kind of chose a wrong target compared to how I usually do things. Michael Diaz says it makes when you need the thing. It makes sense when you need the thing. You know where it will be. Precisely. Precisely. Good man. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another interesting episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. For those of you watching the VOD, again, I'm going to put this at the end of the stream. I will probably also update the description with like a trigger warning or put a post in this video about a trigger warning. We talk about really dark, depressive stuff. If you trigger from suicidal ideation really, 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 really easily, you please, 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 please do not watch. It's okay. I would rather you be alive and not be upset than listen to me talk about my awful experiences and get triggered. I don't want that for my audience. I'm generally bad at tagging things, but I'm going to make sure I tag this one today. That is my solemn vow to my audience. I do not want to hurt anyone. Promise. Mr. NK Play says it's pretty difficult coming up with an equation with your algebra skills. What you're thinking is that y is the number of months and x is the Koroks over 100 plus other quests, but IDK. I think a rough estimate will be fine. I would say as long as I am reasonable with my pacing, and you know we don't have a day like today. Give me, because we're trying to predict when I'll finish the game. I would say a good bellwether would be if I'm getting close to or right on the cusp of finishing by April. Especially if I do some things off camera that you guys have already voted to have me do off camera in the first place. Then March or April is a good bellwether of whether or not I'll be finished. Hopefully I'll be finished before that. But March or April is being honest with my expectations of how I expect things to go and just how turbulent the world is right now. Not to mention, just for those that have not been here in a while, I am at the start of next year going to be an administrative executive over a Discord that I'm part of. Not my Discord. I'm in charge of that one. But another Discord that I'm part of. I am basically going to be second in command. And there are a lot of broad sweeping changes that need to be discussed on said Discord, so I'm going to be very, 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 very busy. And it is possible that people might have less of my attention than before, or things might take longer because I'm also spread super thin. Just putting that out there. That's a development that's happened, etc., etc. NK Play says, Obten Discord? No. There, I'm just an average Joe, and I'm perfectly happy with that. I'm talking about the TCC Discord, the one that Mr. Jason is in charge of. His Discord. Mr. NK Play says you were overthinking that. It will be the time of the Breath of the Wild's Koroks divided by a fraction on the whole game of Tears of the Kingdom's Koroks, and you think that will work? That seems reasonable. Mr. Espy says, yeah, it was a nice stream. Thank you. As weird as that sounds to say, I appreciate that. At least given what we've talked about today. Michael DS says, see you, Mr. Coin. Very well, Michael DS. My lovely senators and inductees, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. I would really appreciate it if you liked the YouTube video or VOD, you know, unless you don't like the topic, then I, you know, don't blame you. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. Before we go, Mr. NK Place says, can I get his DC link in the bio? I'll see what I can do about that, Mr. NK. I believe your name is the same on Discord, isn't it? If so, it should be fairly easy to route an invite to you. I'll talk to Mr. Jason about that and see what we can do. Because I do not have the invite link myself. That's his. Otherwise, with that, guys, I will see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.